Okay, board members, we are live. We are streaming. Ms. Matias, you may proceed.
Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for July 16th, 2024.
No.
Am I good? We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continuing hearing items. Item number 21, 2023 37BZ 8529 Commonwealth Boulevard, Queens. You have the mic on?
With the adoption of zoning for economic opportunities, applicants please confirm that the applicable use group, as of the new text and provide a cover letter regarding to that effect. Also respond to the findings under the new zoning resolution section and reference how the existing record continues to meet the new findings. So the first case for today, it's a variance application. Of course, there's no change to the findings, but the use group number does change. So applicant, please confirm. The initial hearing on this application was held on April 16th based on concerns that were raised by the community board. And the board, the applicant has made recommendations to address these concerns. And the applicant has provided, I would say the applicant has been very responsive to these comments and has provided clarification regarding the program spaces, special religious events.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Sorry. Carlo, are we actually streaming?
Yeah, I received an email.
So that's what I'm saying. I just
we
got a
should look
text.
into it. Yeah.
I just received an email. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Madam Chair.
Microsoft is just not.
It appears we are streaming from what I can see on YouTube.
Yeah, and we are streaming. All right, well, let's go then. I mean,
Sorry to interrupt. We just received these.
we keep getting text messages. Okay.
Are we streaming?
We're
Can you-
streaming.
Okay.
We are streaming. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will just start again with regards to this case. Applicant, please confirm the use group that is applicable pursuant now with the adoption of the zoning for economic opportunity. The findings are related to 7021. At the initial hearing that was held on April 16th, there were concerns that were raised by the community board and the board, and applicant did provide its submission, and I would say the submission has been very responsive to the comments that were raised. Applicant provided clarification regarding the program, specific religious events, and and the difference between the religious events and regular events in terms of services, number of congregants, and the time frame. And the applicant has revised.
Yeah.
Applicant has revised the plan and is proposing a very robust attenuation system for the building and its surrounding by soundproofing, by providing soundproofing walls, floors, and ceilings, doors and windows of the in the building. In addition, the applicant is also proposing attenuated 8-foot-high CMU wall fence along the side yards with an average STC rating of 45 dBA, and also proposing to provide a 6-foot-high wrought iron fence along the front lot lines with evergreen trees that would be planted along the front lot lines. These were all in response to various comments and concerns that we heard throughout the discussion. I have a couple of questions for the applicant. The applicant needs to indicate on the plan the average STC rating of 45 dBA for a type A wall. Also indicate the 8-foot-high CMU wall on sections and it should be consistent with the plans. In the general note on plan sheets A100 to 103, add a note stating that add a note stating, refer to plan sheets A302, 404 to 406 for acoustical construction details. Board had also asked that the windows, especially along the prayer hall, on the ground floor, be fixed and opaque along the side lot lines. This is a pretty consistent ask the board has made of houses of worship located adjacent to residential use. Applicant, also please provide clarity regarding the various religious events that, sorry, I mean to say, applicant also provided clarity regarding the various religious events that are held weekly and annually. So as I said, I'm overall satisfied with the application, and I want to thank the Devaloy team for listening to the concerns and responding to those comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. The only small comment I'll make is that the rating was measured as STC, which is sound transmission class 50. It's not, and that's what you want to see on the plans as opposed to the DBA.
Right.
I have nothing further satisfied.
You're satisfied with the
Yes.
submission? Okay. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I'm satisfied with the submission and the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I'm also satisfied with this application.
Okay, thank you.
The next item, before I announce the next item, just for the record, Commissioner Shetta is absent.
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Sorry. Item number 22, 2023-22 BZ 1A Jarvis Court, Queens.
Okay, this is a variance application. Applicant, again, please identify the change in the use group and make those necessary changes. At the initial hearing that was held on 4/16, board had asked for clarification and recommended changes to the site plan. Applicant has submitted, and I would say it has responded to the comments that were raised. And I think we have all the necessary sign-offs. We have the WRP sign-off. Ms. Benke, can you please confirm?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, we have all the.
So this application has, in my mind, has addressed the findings, and I think it should be ready for us to make a decision once we close it. Okay. Vice Chair Shibata.
I am also satisfied with this application. The only thing that I'll state is that we should make a note that says the approval does not constitute a waiver of any flood regulations.
Yes, and I believe they were asked to provide that note in the plan. I believe they have added that note to the plan,
I don't see
but if not, applicant, please confirm and do add that note to the plan, because board is not waiving the flood regulation.
Commissioner Shubert, the mic.
Oh, be closer. Was I, do
Yeah,
I want me to repeat myself?
It's a little too low.
Should I repeat myself or?
So if the plan is, if the note is not added to the plan, please add it. That BSC is not waiving any regulations related to flood. Yes, Ms. Prenga?
Jella? Her hand's down now.
Jill?
Sorry, that was an error.
Okay,
Do you want me to read the language that we would want? in the
yeah,
plan?
yeah,
Okay.
please do.
It's on the
I-
new plan.
It is
It's on the new
Yeah.
plans? Okay.
Yeah, it's on the new
I can
plans.
share it.
I thought I saw it, wasn't. Can't remember everything.
I'll just pull it up from the June 28th submission. In the top right, it says the approval of the instant plans by BSA does not constitute any waiver of any flood regulation that may apply to the premises, et cetera. So I think
That's
this is the same.
Yeah,
That's the
That's the
bubble
one.
plan? Is there a straight plan? That makes-
There's a clean plan, but I just pulled up the
it's
bubble
the
so
bubble
we
one?
can see
Okay.
the
Yeah.
changes.
okay. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Yoon. Commissioner Otley Brown?
As they revised the plans to change the fencing to a residential quality vinyl sound barrier with an STC rating of 36, that satisfied my inquiries, and I'm satisfied with the application.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I am generally satisfied with the application. I have a question though, because we had these two exits that would elevate you above the base flood elevation and then have you egress out through the side yard. There were two of them. I understand that some egress had to be modified in this latest submission, but in the bubbled set, I mean, the point of the bubbled set is to highlight any changes so that we're only looking at those things that have changed. But here, it seems like those exits have been modified and not represented by bubbles. And so just want some clarification from the applicant about, also here you can see that the elevation still shows the stairs coming down, but does not show the door here. So it's a bit unclear what the actual proposal for the final is. If you could clarify that in the public hearing. Thank you.
So there should be consistency on the plan notes and,
Yeah, and any changes that are made between the prior submission and now should also be bubbled.
yeah,
That's the point of the bubbling.
okay. All right, thank you.
New cases, item number 23, 2023, 12BZ, 23015 Merrick Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. Again, with the new cases, the applicants, please do confirm the applicable use groups and revise the statement of facts and findings and plans referencing the updated use group numbers and findings. And I would direct the commissioners to also refer to the new special permit findings as we are discussing these cases. So the new case, it's a special permit application. The old special permit number was 73243. The new special permit number is 73311. This is an eating and drinking establishment that is being proposed in an as-of-right zoning district. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices, also received the community board approval with conditions. And the conditions are drive-through exit to Merrick Boulevard be changed from dual lane exit to single lane exit. My mouth is just, to single lane exit. Raising Cane's will close at midnight from Sunday through Thursday until 1 a.m. from Friday to Saturday. Provide dark sky compliant lighting. A total of 34 seats in the patio area. Provide 10 buffer, a 10-foot buffer abutting the residential properties. Add lighting features to the federated block of Laurentil Bulletin Board. I wasn't quite sure what that was. So the applicant at the hearing, please respond to the community board's conditions. So with regards to the findings of 73-311, finding A requires that no less than 10 automobile spaces be provided when serving an eating and drinking establishment for a drive-through facility containing reservoir spaces, that is. The applicant is proposing more than 10. Currently, as it stands, it's proposing 12 spaces. With regards to finding B, the drive-through facility will not create or contribute to serious traffic congestion and will not unduly inhibit surface traffic and pedestrian flow. First of all, the applicant is providing, in addition to 12 reservoir spaces, 9 parking spaces that would be required for off-street. And there are 3 curb cuts that are proposed along 3 frontages. This is a block front site and has 3 frontages. I have some comments, and this would require some, I would ask that we request DOT to review the traffic flow. I have some comments regarding this as proposed. There is a lack of throughput lane to Francis Lewis Boulevard exit, and this may result in blocking vehicles that are waiting in queue for the drive-through facility. Because if you look at the site plan, there is parking, accessory parking space that is located away from the drive-through, and in order for any vehicle to exit, I think they would have to almost cut through the drive-through lane to exit onto Francis Lewis. Additional direction signs would be required for vehicles exiting the site at all 3 exit points, and DOT would be better equipped to respond to that. Traffic flow that is provided, as I stated, should be reviewed by DOT. The applicant needs to describe if there are any pedestrian flow that may be affected by the placement of the drive-through. Specifically, like, are there bus stops, transit stops abutting the access ways that may come in conflict with the vehicular exits and entries? There isn't any subway stop, but I wondered if there were any bus stops. With regards to finding C, the character of the commercial district commercial district street frontage would, within 500 feet of the subject premises, reflects a substantial orientation towards the motor vehicle based upon the level of motor vehicle generation attributable to the existing use contained within such area and to the subject use. Merrick Boulevard is a major commercial thoroughfare. The proposed access point is oriented towards the motor vehicle generated from the existing uses, and it has 2 moving lanes plus 1 parking lane and an additional lane, especially at this block front, for a left turn movement. Both Francis Lewis Boulevard and 230th Street are residential oriented. Francis Lewis Boulevard has 1 moving lane plus 1 parking lane, and 230th Street has 2 parking lanes on 2 sides with 1 moving lane. So I think it is fair to say the way the building is oriented and its primary entrance being on Merrick Boulevard, it meets finding C. With regards to finding D, the drive-through facility shall not have an undue adverse impact on residences within the immediate vicinity of the subject premises. In order to make such finding, the board shall consider both the air quality impact of idling vehicles and the illumination from headlights on adjacent residential uses. So regarding the impact from headlights on adjacent residential use, the applicant is proposing a 6-foot-high opaque fence with acoustic block along the northern lot line. And I would say it is not clear from the plan and the narrative if the proposed fence would be located on top of the existing retaining wall, or would it be in front of the retaining wall? Because as it stands today, it seems there is a fence on top of the retaining wall, and the retaining wall height varies. So my question is, will the total height be 6 foot, including the fence and the wall, or it would be 6-foot fence above the retaining wall? It was not clear to me from the drawings. Also, the applicant needs to provide sections clearly outlining the placement of the wall and the proposed fence. And of course, the 10-foot wide planting bed that is being proposed. On the plan, I saw the 10-foot dimension in a different plan set, but I didn't see it in I saw it in the section, I think. I did not see it in the plan set. On the plan set, the applicant needs to show the width of the planting area along the residential lot line. Also provide landscaping detail, including curb height, depth of the soil bed, planting type. And I would say, since it's a 10-foot wide planting bed that is being provided, applicant should provide 2 rows of, and this is something Commissioner Otley Brown has always recommended, and I support that. I'm assuming she's going to support this also, unless you have other suggestions on that. Is 2 rows of parallel planting that would allow for additional buffering and fill the gap between the trees as they grow. And and all of this is being said by stating that the addition of the fence, the high, tall evergreen trees, if they're especially double rows, would further address any headlights from the vehicles that are waiting in the driveway. And I would say the grade of, I think, an applicant can confirm that, I think the grade of the subject site actually goes down a little bit when I was looking at the site plan compared to the retaining wall that is located along the rear line. So that even further reduces any penetration of lighting from the vehicles. Regarding the air quality impact of idling vehicles, applicant needs to describe the peak period and the vehicle accumulation for drive-through during the peak period. And then indicate if the peak accumulation of the vehicle would require any additional review per some of the regulations like SECRA. Given the proximity of the residential lot with windows facing the drive-through, my overall suggestion, and this goes to finding C, is that it should be an 8-foot high fence and not a 6-foot high fence. Total height should be an 8-foot high. And it would provide a more visual and noise buffer from the menu soundboard. And sorry, I didn't read out this finding E, and that is there will be adequate buffering and screening between the drive-through facility and adjacent residential uses, and screening shall consist of densely planted vegetation and may additionally include wall barriers or fences. So that was my response to finding E. Regarding signage, applicant needs to provide a signage chart per street frontage and indicate each sign size proposed and indicate whether they're illuminated or non-illuminated. It wasn't clear from the plan, also the numberings of these signage, what is on the plan and what's illustrated, wasn't consistent. And I would say add a note to the plan stating that all signs shall comply with the underlying zoning regulations, and BSA is not waiving any signage requirement. Those are my initial comments. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair, for that very thorough review. I believe the applicant is in luck having your opinions as to how they can fulfill each one of the clauses of 73.311. They just have to put that in writing as well and change their statements of facts to.
Well, I've raised questions, so they need to address those questions.
Yeah, I have nothing further to add.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I agree with you that the staggering of the landscaping would provide a better buffer in terms of keeping the any light spill or any emissions from idling away from the residences. And I also feel that, and in reading the paperwork, it seemed to me that their 6-foot acoustablock fence was going to be on top of the retaining wall. And that was going to be their response to the community board's request for a 10-foot wall.
I see.
But the only problem with that is there are portions of the lot where the retaining wall is like 1 foot or less. And so if you add the 6 feet of fence on top of it, you fall short of the 10 feet. So I would be more comfortable requiring that the applicant make sure that whatever combination of fencing is there, that it at least reaches the 10-foot mark to satisfy the community board.
Okay. Okay, thanks for that clarification. Okay.
So those are my comments in that.
Okay. And it has to have the acoustic fence also of that height.
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
yes, the well, part of it is the opaque fence with the acoustablock material, so that the combination of the retaining wall plus the acoustablock fence should be 10 feet across the entire lot line.
Okay. Okay. Rear lot line. Yep. Okay, thank you. Any other comments of any on the findings?
Not for me.
Okay, so you're satisfied with the other
I'm
ones?
satisfied with the other.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I have nothing further to add. I believe the applicant has already responded to most of the community board's requests in this latest submission to us. And so I wanted to thank the applicant for being so responsive to them. And I just second your comments about the signage. I have nothing to add.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Next item is item number 24, 2023-59BZ, 280 Bradley Street, Staten Island.
We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board disapproves this application. We received a letter of opposition from Staten Island Borough President's Office and also received several letters of opposition. Overall concern is traffic, lack of on-site parking, and quality of life concerns. This is a variance application to develop an as-of-right religious institution and religious school. Actually, no, as-of-right religious school, not an institution, sorry. Religious school, my mistake. On the subject site, that is contrary to the bulk regulations. Applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, lot coverage, front yard, side yard, rear yard, height and setback, sky exposure plane, and side yard setback requirements. Since this was raised in the community board report, I would like the applicant to clarify if the existing site is being used by the school. Applicant is proposing an all-girls school that would house grades from preschool, elementary, up to middle school students for students living in the area. Applicant is proposing to demolish the existing building and is proposing a cellar plus mezzanine plus a 3-story school building. That would be almost a lot line building, except for a 3-foot setback along the front yard and two 3-foot setbacks along the side yard. No rear yard is being proposed. Applicant in its submission indicated how the as-of-right would result in a loss of occupancy for nearly 350 students and loss of resource rooms and other required rooms to operate the school. Therefore is requesting these requirements. So as part of the findings, the applicant is pursuant to the Cornell educational deference. And to that effect, the applicant needs to is exercising Cornell educational deference for the school to be applicable to, and for that, I would say the applicant needs to provide the necessary documents that would qualify the proposed school. We have a new case that we're going to hear today after this, which does provide a very detailed narrative regarding how it meets the definition of 1210 for a school. So I would strongly recommend that the applicant of this case refer to that and provide similar narrative. The information thus far provided, I do not believe is adequate to make a justification for the educational difference. For example, the applicant states Article 43 and the Title 4, but it is for the existing school, and it's not clear how that translates into the school fully being operational and being recognized by the New York State Education Department. With regards to the school's need, what I would, as I was reviewing the program and the plan, I noticed that there is a separate shul entrance and a corridor that has been provided from the street level with a separate restroom area along that corridor. So since this is all-girls school that is going, and according to the program, the shul is going to, at the first level, is going to be used by girls in grades 5 through 6. Why is there a need for a separate entrance and a separate restroom abutting the shul? Similarly, the space on the second floor at the northeast corner above the shul corridor and the restroom is underutilized and can be accommodated elsewhere. And so I think there is unused excess space that is being kept, which is not really serving the purpose of the program. Also, the applicant needs to clarify why there is a separate stairs for ladies, indicating marked ladies, leading from side yard to the second floor when this is an all-girls school. So I would say the applicant needs to set the building back from the front lot line and reconfigure the layout. Also, the proposed design has a capacity for students that is in excess of what is being projected with the full build out and with the 5-year projection of 480 maximum capacity. So with the reduction of classroom sizes and with the elimination of the excess spaces as shown on the ground floor and the second floor, the building can be the footprint can be reduced, allowing for more front yard. And I say this because this street has a very narrow, the sidewalk is not very wide, and the street has only, even though it's a two-lane street, it is only one traffic lane. So there isn't enough space, as shown on the plan, adequate area for holding for students who arrive at the school and when they're about to leave the school. So, and this spillover cannot happen on the sidewalk. That needs to be contained within the property line, whether that is within the building or the building is set back. In this case, as I will discuss this more in the neighborhood character, it should be set back. And I'm also not clear as to, with regards to the allocation of the room for the Title I program. It's a one large room where individual students will be pulled out and will be instructed in accordance with to their need. I'm not sure how it meets the requirements of Title I. So I would like the applicant to clarify that. The programmatic need also needs to elaborate the need for 11 resource room for a school of this size. With regards to the travel mode, regarding the arrival and dismissal, there is no staggered schedule of arrival during arrival on all of these days and dismissal also. Only on Mondays only on Mondays to Thursdays, the dismissal is staggered, but on Fridays and Saturdays, there is no staggering. So the applicant needs to provide more clarification how the available frontage will meet the drop-off and pickup when all the students are arriving and departing. And I think even when it's staggered, the volume of students will be too high for the existing sidewalk. So that's why I'm asking the building be set back and allow for a gathering space in front of the building. Regarding carpooling, is that being done for the existing school, and how I am not sure how that is going to be addressed, given that it's a one-lane moving lane and there is no excess lane for drop-off and pickup. So how will the carpooling work in this case? Will the school be seeking a no standing school zone for the frontage? Because without it, it would be impossible for the vehicles. And I do not know how that would work when it's only one moving lane without any parking lane provided. As I said, I do not believe the lobby area as shown is adequate to hold all the students and therefore cannot rely on the sidewalks for gathering of students. With regards to the neighborhood character, the building as proposed is built to the rear lot line. I want the applicant to provide the width of the court abutting the rear lot line, provide a 3D rendering of the front and the rear showing the abutting context. Across the subject site, there is a high school that fronts on both Bradley and Wellbrook Avenue. At the same time, the building is set back from the street line. So what the applicant is proposing, a 3-foot setback from the street line for the proposed school, is not adequate. It needs to be more for all the various programming reasons, as I'm stating, and also because this is a very active street with not a very wide sidewalk, the applicant needs to set this back. I would also want the applicant to provide an area context with regards to the front yard of this block front. In addition, I think the proposed building height is much taller than it needs to be. There is unnecessary excess height and bulk that is being proposed, and those need to be removed. I have no comments on the self-created hardship. With regards to minimal, as I said, there is excess space that is not consistent with the programmatic need. The building height is too excessive, and the program, again, the 1210 definition of a school needs to be much more clearly outlined. And I would strongly suggest the applicant refer to the case that we are going to hear shortly. We did receive a letter from DOT School Safety as of yesterday, and in that the DOT has raised concerns, and the concerns are about the narrow width of Bradley Avenue, and that it's 30-foot wide and it's a two-way street, which is one lane moving in each direction. It is also an active bus route. There are 4 bus lines that use this road, and it's also a designated local truck route. And as DOT states, it's an important a direct north-south connection. So DOT also says that the parking is not permitted on either side of the street and no space for school loading, unloading on Bradley Avenue for school pickup and drop-off can be considered because it will affect the southbound lane. So those are my initial comments. I think the applicant has a lot of work to do to respond to these comments. Vice Chair Shibeta.
Thank you, Chair. I won't be repetitive. Also, my notes are frozen for the moment. But I will say, I do agree with most of what you said, particularly the 1210 definition of school to meet their Cornell doctrine. I think that is going to be, they filed this as a school, so now they have to prove that it actually is a school to get that deference.
Yeah.
With regard to the neighborhood character, I've driven down this road.
Commissioner, can you move a little
Sure,
closer?
I've driven down this road. Sorry, I've driven down this road. It is a tight 2-way road. There is a school directly across the street. this size of what they're asking for, I do not believe would fit the neighborhood character. They really need to tone this project down for it to, even just for the street to handle this kind of influx, along with the other school that's been there for some time now. And that goes to the E finding, and you did note that the school was built for more than the people they said that were going to come in. So they couldn't pass them in variance with that fact. So I think there's a long way to go on this project. I think that it definitely need to have a setback and consider a much smaller project, but the initial hurdle, the threshold, will be to have this be a definition of a school within the 1210 definition. Nothing further.
The setback, where on the front?
Yes, I want one setback.
Okay.
Just so it doesn't have that
Okay.
massiveness
Right,
that's being placed out in the community.
okay. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I agree with the two of you that this school building is immense, and it's immense for the neighborhood. It's 3 times the maximum floor area of what it should be, and that is very large. And being that that's how I feel they need to review their program and review the space sizes and see if they can scale down their spaces. For instance, their therapy rooms are for 5 children or 5 people maximum, which isn't even 5 children. There's probably 2 children and therapists. And they're supposed to have 20 square foot per person, and yet they're sized for 20 people at 400 square feet. So that's just an example of how they could probably size down their different rooms within this building to bring down the bulk. I agree with you. When you pointed it out before, that Scholl presents as a 2-story synagogue that's open to the community. It's far larger than it should be given the population, and it is constructed as if it has a separate men's section and women's section, which suggests to me that this is going to be open to the community and they're going to be providing worship services as well as education here. So that's compounding the bulk with extra programs that might not need to be at this site. And I think they need to also differentiate for the reader the difference between Title I classrooms and resource rooms. And I think they're both supplemental education programs, but they need to go into detail as to the difference between the two. Otherwise, it looks like they're just adding more room.
Yeah,
And finally, I feel at the end of this whole thing, they need to get a handle on the gross square footage per student in this school versus other schools in the area. So that's not to be too repetitive. Those are my comments.
these are important comments. So gross square foot per students compared to other, yeah. And this is a very standard ask we ask of all schools to provide.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been said. It is a very, very large building proposed for this block in this neighborhood. I'm just bringing up the Google Maps that shows the site and the existing context. And here you can see their deep front yards. This is also verified in the neighborhood character study where they provide a front yard analysis of the block where you have, I mean, everything is certainly in double digits, minimum 15, with the exception of this portion of the high school, which they say is about 8 feet deep. But it's a very small portion of the high school that would come that close to the street. And due to the narrowness of the street and the sidewalk and the proposed bulk of the building, I think that it needs to set back at least 10 feet, not 3 feet. I think that this is going to be an imposing structure, even if we whittle it down, and we need to make efforts to try and preserve some of the openness and the visibility that's provided currently by the depth of the front yards on the rest of the block. I also agree that the building height is excessive, and I think there are ways to make that appear smaller. I think the current design almost inflates the height of the building to seem grander, and I think we'd like to push that, or at least I would like to see it pushed in the opposite direction to try and minimize the scale, or at least the appearance of the building from the street. So one of the ways that that can be done is by moving the stairs and the elevator bulkheads away from the street so that those bulkheads don't pop up coincident with the street wall. And those can be transferred on the top floor. There's some way that you can do that, but the bulkheads should not be up against the street when you're proposing to encroach on the front yard so dramatically. So I would say those bulkheads need to move back. You can see, let's see, which elevation is it? I mean, essentially, the bulkheads are encapsulated by this larger parapet that creates this
Yeah, that's a good.
oversized kind of verticality of the front wall. And again, I would like to see the opposite happen. I think this building needs to try to look smaller, not bigger, because of its neighborhood context.
Right. And I think this is a very good example. The parapet height of this is, if you look at the dimension somewhere, I saw it's 9 foot 8 inches or something like that.
It's including the bulkheads, and that's why I'm saying the stairs and the elevator, at least when they pop out onto the roof, need to be pushed away from the street wall so that they don't conflate with the parapet height. And what's proposed around the side and the rear is just a railing. And I would suggest that we actually take down any parapet, except I think on the roof you have a play area, but even that is set back. So I would say that there's no opaque parapet. There's just the minimum required safety railing around the perimeter, and then you have a separate fence, as shown here, for the play area.
Right. That's
And
a
that
good.
way, the parapet doesn't add that 3'6" of additional building height from the street level, from the perceived, from the perception of the street. So again, every move we can make to make this building seem smaller will help this project move forward.
That's a good point you raised, because here it is showing a fenced-in area for the playground, and the rest of the area is not going to be used for playground, at least based on the notes. If that is the case, why do you need an additional fence above the parapet height? And the maximum parapet height is 4 feet. So
3'6".
3 foot. So these are, again, visually adding to the height unnecessarily.
I'm also not convinced that in this community, a rooftop play area is appropriate.
I think we have seen rooftop play areas for schools located in residential districts. And for that, they provide the adequate amount of noise attenuation blankets to contain the noise. So unless we know of cases where we have absolutely not allowed it, that's a different story. And
Well, I think that it's the height of this building as it stands now would give, and it pretty much, these children would be towering over everyone else's backyard and front yard. I'm not sure if it would be appropriate under these circumstances.
That might actually be better because
Yeah.
the sound will rise up and go completely over.
And they're containing it far away from all the yards. It's very,
It's right in the middle.
it is set back quite a bit from the rear and at least one of the side yards, and from the front yard. The front yard is buffered by all the bulkheads.
Right.
But if we ask, if with the relocation of the bulkheads, it can still be accommodated in a manner that would work.
Okay.
I think this building weight has been designed and it seems to be accommodating two purposes. And that is why these staircases are located where they are. And that's not how the program description is defined. And definitely given the size of this site and locational issues, this really should be serving one program, if at all. And that, which as the program states, it's only for a school. And so by reducing the size of the shuls and the other supportive activities associated with the shul, this building can be scaled down and the building can be set back even more. And maybe if that's the case, they can provide at-grade, but I would agree with Commissioner Otley Brown, an at-grade schoolyard is more noisy than a roof schoolyard.
I also had a question about the actual operation of the play area because it's not actually adjacent to any of the means of egress. There's no elevator access, which I think is not permitted because the school needs to be accessible. That can be verified by the architect on the project. But it seems concerning to me that there's no direct access. And so do the children have access to the full roof? That certainly wouldn't be permitted. We'd want every user of the rooftop play area to be confined within the space that has the acoustical barrier, and that should be directly connected to your means of egress. So this current layout is a bit confusing to me. Other than, I'm not going to repeat what else has been said, so that's all I have to add.
No, that's a good point you're raising. Okay, thank you.
Tracy has her.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Benke?
Yes, on the rooftop play area note, I just wanted to let you know that we did discuss the play area with DEP, and we have, based on the discussion, asked for a study of noise to be conducted, because although the roof is higher than the adjacent residences, which was part of the reason they did not initially provide the study, DEP thinks that it still warrants an assessment.
I see. Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Next.
Move on.
Yes, next case.
Item number 25, 2024-07BZ, 4529 Kissena Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board voted to approve this project.
It'll be a while.
We also received letters of support from Councilmember Ung and Queensborough President Richards. This is an application pursuant to Special Permit 73-434. This special district has not changed. So all findings remain the same. To reduce the number of off-street accessory parking spaces required for the existing affordable independent residence for seniors, which is AIRS, located on the subject lot. I think the application, it's a very good proposal overall as I look through the what the applicant is proposing. I just have a couple of house cleaning. I found it a little disorienting when the proposed building plan was oriented differently from the site plan drawing. Make SKO2 part of the drawing set that is to be approved by BSA. In the statement of fact, state the existence of the easement agreement for parking and summarize the easement agreement that allows the use of the pathways and parking across the lots. So with regards to finding A of 73-434, regarding improving the site plan, definitely the proposed plan seems to be very thoughtful about how this site can be made more pedestrian friendly and create a separation of the vehicular flow and the pedestrian flow, and that would make the site more amenable and safe for the seniors residing in the building. I do have a couple of questions. Is there any reason why the proposed building is raised above grade that would require residents to use stairs? I do see that there is an ADA access ramp that has been provided, but that access ramp is from the casino. Maybe there's more pedestrian flow from casino, and that's why it is oriented that way. So the applicant can clarify, that would be helpful. What is the amount of new open space being provided, green and paved for both the active and passive uses by residents compared to the existing ones? And it would go towards further supporting the findings if more comparison is providing regarding the existing and proposed. The applicant is proposing an 8-foot-high steel reinforced louvered aluminum fence along the rear residential lot line for the homes fronting on Union Avenue with a planting bed of at least 3 foot wide. My question is, would 3 foot wide planting strip be adequate for the kind of planting the applicant is proposing? Also, is there any reason for picking that metallic fence versus providing something that is more residential in quality? And wanted to know if there are wheel stops that are being proposed in front of this planting strip that would prevent any vehicles from damaging this planting strip. So I would like the applicant to provide photos of the existing condition along the lot line and want to make sure if fire department has reviewed the fire egress route that is being proposed. Overall, reduction of vehicular circulation within the site and making it more pedestrian-friendly and safe is a laudable goal for the senior housing complex. The proposed plan minimizes the proposed building footprint to maximize the open space, required parking, and emergency vehicle circulation. And I would like the applicant to clarify if Union Street is used as a pedestrian. It is primarily used for vehicular, but it wasn't clear if it will also occasionally used for Union Street by pedestrians to access Union Street. Overall, the plan provides a separation of vehicle circulation from pedestrian and ensures greater safety and allows for a lot of various types of activity space. With regards to finding B, applicant states that the proposed unit will be income-restricted housing unit and anticipates financing with 4% LIHTC and New York State Housing Agency issued tax-exempt bonds plus HPD SARA program. And all of the units that are proposed will not exceed 60% of AMI for households head of aging 62 and above. So it meets finding B. I do want to know if there is any soft commitment letter from HPD
I
regarding
believe there
this.
is. I believe there is.
Oh, there is?
Um,
I didn't.
no, not yet.
Not yet, okay. So it would be helpful to get a soft commitment letter from HPD. With regards to C, the applicant has provided a very thorough analysis of the parking demand and supply. And I think based on the information provided, I would say the project will not cause traffic congestion. And so as a matter of fact, I think with the elimination of the curb cut on Casina, as a vehicle throughput would improve the circulation on Casina, which is the more active thoroughfare. With regards to finding D, a total of 39 accessory parking spaces would be required for the zoning lot. And based on the parking demand study, it shows that the current parking space is underutilized and during weekdays, weeknights, and also on weekends. And some of the excess parking spaces is used by the employee during the weekdays. And the study shows that the proposed development and the reduction in parking, there will be a parking, though a parking shortfall, but it is based on a very conservative analysis. And I think if you look at all the other analysis the applicant has provided, based on current utilization, census data, and there would be adequate parking space for the residents of the building, which is what the parking is required for. Any additional parking space that we would require or not required would be needed for visitors or employees. The applicant has provided on-street and off-street parking supply analysis to indicate that there is adequate demand, and I'm satisfied with that response. I don't have any other comments on this. Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with your statements and have no further comments.
I would also say that this site abuts a lot of uses, and given that there is an active community facility use, service use that is located on the site, there really is not that much. The applicant is correct in its representation that the demand for vehicular traffic to and from the site may not be as much given the proximity of the various services and uses that are located. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I'm satisfied with the information given, and I'm satisfied with the project for all of the reasons that you had stated in terms of the parking projections. I feel that the parking study was thorough, but I think it was extremely conservative, given that the existing 271 apartments generated a peak residential demand of 27 spaces. Then to me, in all probability, the additional 115 apartments would generate an additional demand of 11.5 or 12 spaces, given that the current building is generating a 10% parking usage. And so therefore, and I don't feel that employees should be given the right to park in these parking spaces, and especially if there's plenty of on-street availability, which there seems to be within a quarter-mile radius. So I'm satisfied that the reduced amount of parking spaces will accommodate all of the residents in this building. So that's why I'm satisfied. No other questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I'm also satisfied with this project. I thought it was a very thorough submission. It's very clear, and the illustrative diagrams also helped. I like the metal fence, but that's definitely an aesthetic choice on my part. So that's the only thing I would say I disagree with you on, but otherwise, yeah. And then any feedback from FDNY and whether they've signed off on the proposal.
Okay. True. That is yeah, and I'm not beholden to it, but that was a question I had. Yeah.
I should say it's a specific image of a metal fence that's provided. So we're not saying there's
Right.
any metal fence. But
Right,
there's
right,
it, as part of the package, it's provided, and I think it looks modern and clean.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
Go on.
Yes.
New cases, sorry. 26, 2024, 10 BZ, 1679 63rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has voted to approve with the following conditions. The conditions are that the school use the main entrance on 62nd Street for students' arrival and departure, and that only one school bus be permitted to use 63rd Street site for older students, and that the applicant installs sidewalk, trees, and planting. We also received 5 letters of objection, and concerns were raised regarding shadow, congestion and impact to local businesses. I want the applicant to provide clarification as to why Community Board specifically wanted the school main entrance to be on 62nd Street. I think I know why, but I want the applicant to kind of indicate why Community Board stated it. And the applicant needs to respond to Community Board's conditions. This is an application to develop a school. Again, applicant, please confirm the use group number on the subject side located in a manufacturing district pursuant to old special district number, old special permit section number 7319, new special permit number 73133, and a variance for bulk regulations pursuant to 7221. Please note that there's no change in the language of the special permit, the new special permit. It's only the change in the number. The applicant is seeking a waiver of floor area, bulk height, setback, sky exposure plane, and rear yard equivalent. This is a through lot site located in a manufacturing zoning district. The maximum floor area that is permitted in the zoning district for community facility use is 2.4. Applicant is proposing a new school for boys, and it's a religious-based nonprofit school. And the applicant has provided a very detailed submission with regards to how it meets the definition of a school. And this is the case that I'm referring to for the Bradley Avenue the applicant should look at this to see how the school has gone through a very detailed, thorough review of how it is recognized by New York State Education Department as a nonprofit, a non-public school, and how the New York and all the other requirements. I won't go through it, but the applicant has provided a very detailed summary. So based on that, I would say the school is eligible to meet the definition of 1210, and therefore the deference, Cornell deference. I will start with the findings associated with the school being located in a manufacturing district. Section 73133, as I said, the findings have not changed. With regards to finding A, that is identifying other sites to meet that would be permitted in an as-of-right zoning district, So the realty company that was engaged to do the search did a very thorough analysis to find a site for a new school. And I thought the overall summary was very, very clear and went through every site that were potential sites and why some of these sites would not work either for space reasons or for financial viability reasons. So I thought this was a very thorough submission. And I would suggest that we use this as a sample. This was a very good one. Applicant did indicate in its study that it did identify 5 sites in the catchment area. With regards to finding B, the site is located within 400 feet of an adjacent residential district, R5 district that is. With regards to finding C, statement of finding states that the building will have double pane operable windows and central AC to allow for a closed window condition, and window wall attenuation would achieve an interior sound level of 45 dBA or less. And that note should be added on the plan. It will also be a condition that the window wall system will be fixed, and there would be internal AC system that would be provided for that, maintain that window condition, and that the window wall attenuation, the school structure would achieve a level of 45 dBA. Okay. 3 outdoor play areas are provided, one on the second floor roof, one on the roof of the building, and one along the frontage of 3rd Avenue, along 63rd Street. So I want the applicant to review the statement of finding statements with regards to play area, because there seems to be a mismatch between what is being referred and what's shown on the plan. The applicant is proposing a 10-foot high sound attenuation wall along the 3rd floor roof recreation area. And I would like to know what is the purpose of it. The explanation provided does not support the need for a 10-foot high sound attenuation wall. And typically we see a chain link fence with the noise attenuation devices or such. However, I would say programmatically, it does not justify a need for recreation space on that level. Also, it is not clear from the plan what kind of sound attenuation measures is proposed for the rooftop play area on the 1st floor. Is it also a wall proposed for the rooftop play area? I would like the applicant to provide an explanation, again, why other treatment of material would not be available to achieve the, could be used to achieve the noise attenuation as opposed to a 10-foot high CMU wall kind of construction. And I think a similar wall structure is also being proposed for the roof, and I have a concern with regards to that. It really needs to be a chain link fence with noise attenuation should be adequate, and as opposed to a solid CMU wall. With regards to finding D, regarding school arrival and departure, applicant needs to clarify why 2 separate entrances are being considered. Also, I find that the existing uses along 63rd Street would generate more traffic, vehicular movement, and may not be a desirable place for students to enter and depart. Provide a breakdown of total students for each entrance by grade, and I'm assuming that it's 308 students at 63rd and 265 students at 62nd. I would agree with the community board that if at all 63rd Street entrances is used, it is only used for the high school students, and all other grade students use the entrance from 62nd Street. The existing use along 62nd Street may generate less traffic, especially the other uses that would generate more traffic on 62nd is further away from the site. What is immediately abutting may not generate that much traffic and therefore may be less of an impediment to the student drop-off and pickup. Now, the applicant states that 100% of the students will be using the school bus service, so that means there will be a need for a lot of pickup and drop-off zones along both frontages, and that is a concern, especially with regards to 63rd Street, when there are very active construction-related businesses that are located right across the school site. So I can understand the community board's concern that this would affect local community businesses. And I think we did receive a letter of opposition from one of the businesses stating that. So I would want the applicant to clarify what is the projected number of buses to transport 623 students. Also, with the staggered arrivals and departures, how will you ensure that it will not affect the traffic flow and will not be detrimental to the active manufacturing uses located along the street frontages? Provide a detailed operational plan for arrival and departure. Also, do the lobbies have enough capacity to hold and stage students for arrival and departure without spilling onto the sidewalk, which I think the plan does not seem to show that there is adequate space for that. There isn't adequate holding area. Provide a trip modal breakdown of students and staff from the existing facility. Moving on to the findings related to 7221, again, as this applicant has always provided a very thorough, robust, voluminous programmatic needs statement. I really don't have anything to state. It is very helpful and thorough, and I'm satisfied with the programmatic need statement, though I think as I was looking through it, some of the areas, the school, the full build out and 10-year, 5-year projection, the number of students varied in the documents, but the applicant should clarify that. With regards to neighborhood character, why was not a full cellar considered to accommodate some of the common areas and reduce the bulk? Especially like providing a play area in the on the lower floor and therefore not needing the recreation space on the third floor. Given the active manufacturing use along both street frontages, more so along 63rd Street, I'm concerned about it being used for entrances, especially for nursery and kindergarten. Traffic analysis would determine the flow impact and if any to the existing traffic flow and if there is adequate capacity for bus drop-off and pickup along the curbs on both street frontages. Typically, no school parking zone would affect on-street parking demand and maneuverability for existing business operations. With regards to the play area, will there be a wall or a fence along the play area on the first floor abutting the industrial use? It is not clear from the plans or section, and on all plans, sections, elevations, you need to show the material, the height, and the sound attenuation rating that is being proposed. We can provide a sample if that's needed. The rendering of the 10-foot high wall, as I stated earlier on 63rd Street, is not a desirable solution. It needs to be either eliminated, which I think programmatically would be most appropriate, and if at all, you provide an alternate way to attenuate it with maybe a fence and a sound attenuation device.
Which floor was this? Which
Is
wall was?
63rd Street frontage on the third floor. So I want also the applicant to provide rendering of all 4 lot lines. With regards to self-created, I think it meets the findings. Regarding the minimal, it's not there. There are outstanding comments, especially with regards to traffic, access points, proposed attenuation treatment, and so those are my comments. We didn't hear anything from school DOT on this, did we, Ms. Benke?
Not yet, no, they're still reviewing.
Okay. I just want to point out what the proposed FAR for this project, I just want to look at the proposed FAR for this project is 2.63, and as I mentioned, as of right, 2.4 is permitted. So one can have up to 2.5-story building. So I just kind of want to keep that in mind for those who are listening in, especially the public, because there is a concern that has been raised by the public about light and air. So as of right, a 2-story building, a full block, a full lot line building is permitted on the zoning lot. Okay, Vice Chair Shibata.
Thank you, Chair. Just- So I was satisfied that this qualifies as a school pursuant to 1210, and therefore I believe is entitled to Cornell deference. I was satisfied with the site search, and also with the programmatic needs statement. But I was also wanted them to get into more information about that first floor wall. That is where the gym is located. And if they can explain why that's necessary, I would understand why they would want it to be attenuated, but I don't know why that gym there is necessary. I also have the concerns of the bus pickup and drop-offs. They need to have an operational plan with staggered drop-off and pickup, keeping the neighborhood concerns in mind. And I think you've stated everything else.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I found the application was very thorough for both the special permit as well as for the variance. I just had one issue in the projected growth chart that is several places throughout this application, and I believe it's incorrect. And so it appears in the statement of facts, page 12, it appears in the statement of findings, and I'll give you that page 22, and it also appears on page 25, and it appears in the programmatic needs statement. If you add up all of the different grades, you get a different total than their total, and it also does not add up to 623 students that are projected by the 5th year. And I believe there's an error in that second year, and while you start out with 311 students, I believe, you then in the next year go down to 275 students, and then you go up by 13% each year. And I think that's probably one of the places where they have the error, because they dip down. And so that even if you go up 13% in each ensuing year, you're not going to even come close to the 623. And then not only that, if you add up each individual grade within that, even disregarding that second year dropping down to 275, the most you get to is about 560 students. And so they really need to go through that with a fine-tooth comb and make sure it's accurate, because otherwise it throws off their request for space that accommodates 623 students. So that's like my largest issue with the application. I was very pleased to see that what I usually ask for the minimal variance, was actually provided to me without even having to ask. Kudos to the applicant for that. They gave me the gross square footage per student, and they compared it to both the New York State average as well as the national average, and they're clearly at less than half of what is projected nationally or through the state as the optimal amount of space per student. So I believe that they are not asking for more space per student than is warranted here. So in that case, I would think that they met the E finding as well. So those are basically all of my only few questions. And I did find information about loading and unloading for finding D of the special permit, both in the programmatic needs statement and also in the statement of facts. So they talk about how they have 4 buses right now, but they're going to need 10 buses.
Okay.
And they say that their 10 buses are going to be staggered, so no more than 4 buses would arrive at the school at any particular time, 2 on 62nd, 2 on 63rd. They said that there'll be teachers standing outside, two, to monitor and supervise students and bus drivers on arrival. And for departure, the teachers will be assigned both within the building and on the streets to ensure that the students get to the proper bus for dismissal. They say that the teachers and the bus drivers are going to have a walkie-talkie system to be in constant communication with each other as well. So,
All right, I will look through the program. I did skim through it because it was voluminous, so I might
is,
have
yeah.
missed it. Do you know what page number?
No, I don't, because I felt they addressed it, so I didn't feel a need to cite it.
I will share.
I'll look, yeah, okay.
Just quickly, because looking at the statement of facts, on page 14. And so this is talking about the arrival and departure of staff and faculty, which is pretty thoroughly broken down. And then it talks about the student arrival and departure.
Okay.
So this is pages 14 and 15 of the statement of facts.
It also says it'll take 2 to 3 minutes to offload a bus
Right,
and 5
that
to
I
6
do,
minutes
yes.
to load a bus.
That I did, yeah, okay.
I think it's also on page 93 of the program. They can talk about
The program, yeah, okay. I will look through it. Again, I would have to go back. Yeah, I think what I wanted was, based on that report, I wanted a breakdown of the total number of students for each entrance by grade, because my concern is that more volume is being proposed for 63rd Street and less on 62nd, where I think it should be the other way around, if anything. Short of eliminating any entrance on 63rd, if anything, 63rd should be the least. And I do think it should be only for the high school students and senior students who can handle the traffic and other maneuverability of other activities on that block front. And the children should be accessing from 62nd Street, which has less of that aggressive, active business operation along that frontage.
Oh, I just want to add one more thing that I forgot. It's an easy thing in the statement of findings, page 22. When they talk about the students, they say in one sentence that they now have 282 students. And then in the next sentence, they say the preschool is 92 and the elementary school is 214, and that adds up to 306. And then on page 25, they say the school has 94 in preschool and 213 in elementary school.
So it is all over.
So they need to just reconcile all those numbers, so they're the
Okay.
same.
I think in this case, the concern is really going to be from DOT and school safety regarding drop-off, pickup, and that needs to be addressed. Yeah. Commissioner Yoon, I'm sorry.
No, that's right. Thank you. Overall, I agreed that it's a very thorough application, and from a bulk perspective, it's a pretty modest ask. I think I generally share the concerns about special permit finding D regarding impacts to traffic regarding child safety on both frontages, but then also the variance finding C and how any new traffic will impact potentially its manufacturing neighbors. And so I ultimately would like to see the DOT review and the school safety review on this. There's one small typo on the zoning analysis form. The lot area for the proposed says it's 160,000 square feet. I think you just have an extra 0. So if you can revise that to make it consistent, that's all I have to add.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that. Move on. Yes.
Final case, item number 27, 2024, 11BZ, 2104 64th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay. We received proof of initial filing and hearing notices. Community Board has approved this application with condition being that the property owner plant multiple trees as feasible to assist in the management of stormwater absorption. This is a variance application to develop an as-of-right one-family residential home that is contrary to the bulk regulations of the subject zoning lot. Again, Applicant, please identify the updated use group number. The applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, lot coverage, lot size, front yard, side yard, rear yard, stair bulkhead, and parking requirement. This is a very highly unusual site, given that it is, and it abuts a train line. Applicant has provided a very thorough, I would say, uniqueness study, and I do not have any questions on this. It definitely meets the uniqueness of the, and it is the only site that has faces that hardship.
Just before you finish speaking, there is a person in the room with a hand up. Please note, we are still in review session, so we are not taking any testimony. Later on, once the public hearing starts, when we get to that particular case you're interested in, we will open it to the public. So please lower your hand. Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Thank you. With regards to neighborhood context, I don't have any comments. It is very much within the built context. Regarding self-created, applicant needs to provide a chart of common ownership with the subject abutting lot 12. That has, I don't think that has been provided.
And there was a claim by one of the letters claimed that there was common ownership.
Oh, okay. So that needs to be clarified. So that, so the chart in identifying how and any deed documents that can further clarify that should be provided.
I believe it was Michael Kalafa. He claims that it was in common ownership with the adjacent lot. That was in a letter of opposition. I didn't find anything to support that.
Oh, there was a letter of
Yeah.
opposition? I didn't find it. Okay. Okay. So with regards to minimal, I definitely would say the site is unique. And while most of the waivers requested is reasonable, the applicant needs to provide an analysis of the predominantly built floor area for a one-family home in the study area to determine the FAR waiver. Based on a very quick review of the Zola data, single-family homes that have been built in the study area have much less than 2,000 square foot of floor area. So I do think the floor area, not FAR, floor area analysis needs to be provided to show how the proposed building would be in context. Those are my questions. Vice Chair Shimeta.
Thank you, Chair. I was satisfied with this application with the exception of the D finding. Want to know more about the common ownership if there is, or if that's just a disgruntled neighbor, and if there's and your question about the lesser variance. Other than that, I'm satisfied with the application.
Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
I agree with both of you as to the D finding. If you look at their statement of facts and findings, they do give us an ownership history, but it's only of the subject lot. It
Yeah.
isn't the subject lot and the neighboring
Right.
lot, which is what we need to see. So we definitely need to see that. Other than that, I have no questions. I'm satisfied, provided they meet that threshold of not being self-created.
And you're satisfied with the proposed floor area?
Yeah.
Okay. I do need the applicant to justify why that 2,000 is needed and why it cannot be less. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with you. Just the common ownership analysis in the floor area study for both D and E would be needed to move forward. Thank you.
Okay.
So this concludes the, oh, wait,
just one
I'm
thing.
sorry.
Okay.
Good.
Yes.
This concludes the review session for July 16, 2024. We'll commence with the public hearing at,
We are at, let's round it up, 11:35, so give ourselves 10 minutes. And then we will start the public hearing. What?
at 11:45.
Yeah, Yeah,
Okay,
11:45.
11:45.
Those of you who are waiting for us to call the two items that we had put in yesterday, set aside for second call, today, the decision items, we are going to hear them at the end of the public hearing. Yes, Ms. Prenga?
Oh, that's what I wanted to ask you. Wanted to state the two items that we're going to hear. Yeah, you did it. Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank you.
that's what was it.
You can find gummy ones. That's
What?
pretty serious, finding gummy ones again.
Oh,
Okay, members of the board, Madam Chair, we are back live. We are streaming. Ms. Matias, please turn on your camera. You may proceed.
Oops. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards Standards and Appeals, public hearing for July 16, 2024. Please remind it that for cases, when we call for the public, you can raise your hands. We know that there are applicants, so Fayem Baton, and I don't know if Diane Vigiani is part of her team. But yeah, we'll ask before we let her. Yeah.
I'm getting this all day. You're getting this all day.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It's just me and Monica, she's on. But I don't think we called the case yet.
Yeah. Okay. So the calendar number is 2020-37BZ, 8529 Commonwealth Boulevard, Queens. Raise your right hand, Ms. Baton. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Good morning, Fayem Baton from Sheldon Loeb LPC for the applicant. We attended this morning's review session and we're happy that the board is satisfied with the application. We will make sure that the application addresses any updates for CEO and update all of the notes as requested. I think we just had one question for Vice Chair Shibata about the 50, the SDC 50. Were you referring to the wall?
The
Or-
windows all have a
windows.
rating of 45 STC.
Okay, we'll just make sure everything is consistent.
also the windows on the ground floor of the prayer hall, especially along the side yards, need to be fixed.
Yes, I think there was a note. If there wasn't a note, we'll make sure that one is added.
Apologies, your mic is not on. It's difficult to hear you.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry. Yeah, so definitely it was not there in the plans, and the explanation provided didn't back it up. So please do confirm, and in the plans indicate that this would be opaque and inoperable windows with window wall attenuation of that would achieve a 45 dBA indoor.
Of course. We'll make sure that that is updated. Apologies, we do plan on putting ground floor windows to be inoperable, but that might just have not made it to the plan, so we'll make sure that is included.
Okay. And are you saying the entirety of the ground floor will be inoperable?
Right. I have to double check with the architect. I'm not sure if the architect, but it was definitely the prayer hall where the people were gathering, which just takes up the majority of the ground floor.
Okay,
anyway.
so then that's even more conservative, so that's fine if you're going to provide entire ground floor to have inoperable windows, yeah.
Yep. I think those are all the comments. We'll add the notes.
Okay. Any other questions, Ms. Badan? Any?
No.
Okay. Let's go to the public then.
So the case we are currently discussing is 2023-37BZ, 8529 Commonwealth Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial, why is that doing that? Dial 646-893-7101, enter the phone conference ID number 370-170-620, press the pound sign. There'll be a brief hold and you will wait to be admitted. When you're admitted, press *5. to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak. And if you're on the website on Microsoft Teams, join a meeting. The meeting ID is 218-414-662-959. And the passcode is lowercase j as in Joseph, lowercase w as in whiskey, uppercase J as in Joseph, uppercase H as in Howard, the number 9, and lowercase c as in Charlie. Once you are admitted, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
I see Diane.
Diane Vigiano,
Yeah,
pardon the pronunciation.
okay. I am. You have? Okay.
Juliet. Hotel.
Okay. Miss,
Ms. Vigiani, would you like to join us, please? Excuse me?
I believe she may be for a different case, that
I see.
participant.
But she has her
But
hand
she can
raised, so that's
confirm.
why I'm a little confused.
All right, if you are not calling about this case, which is 8529 Commonwealth Boulevard, please lower your hand. If you are, raise your hand and please join us. Oh,
Okay. Ms. Vigiani, if you're not testifying for this case that has been called, please lower your hand. Okay, so far, Ms. Vigiani is not responding to anything, so I do not think she is calling in for this particular case.
yeah, I guess not.
Oh, and
Oh,
it
she raised it,
disappeared.
lowered her hand.
Okay, all right.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. In light of the submission and the responsiveness of the application, I would recommend that we close, but the record remains open because you need to make the corrections to the plan and the use group status, any other things, and clarifying the rating, the 45.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Motion to close. Do we have any environmental reviews? I don't think so.
Tracy? Jella?
Sorry, we're
I believe it's
checking this.
closed.
Yes, it is closed. We have the final items.
Okay, all right, wonderful, thank you. So I would then make a motion to close.
Chair Shonda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Thank you. We'll make the submission.
We will let you know when it is scheduled for decision. I think August is more is August possible or September?
September, I mean, August is a little bit open. September,
August. Does August work? Can you make your submission for August?
that's July 25th.
Yes.
Yeah, if you need.
Yes, we can make it within a week.
One extra week, you can do that.
Okay. Thank you.
Item number 22, 2023-22BZ, 1A Jarvis Court, Queens. It's Mr. Goldstein.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Oh, okay. There's something strange happened. Okay, no.
You okay?
Yeah. I was taking the note in the wrong.
Oh,
Like, wait a minute, what
the
happened?
wrong case.
Yeah.
The lineup suits up sometimes. Is there anyone with you, Mr. Goldstein?
No.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session. And can you raise the volume of your, I don't know, it sounded very low to me. It's also to me.
Yeah.
Is this better?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, I have a little bit of a cold, so.
Oh,
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicants.
we heard the board's comments or review session. We're happy that we responded to most. I just, with regard to Commissioner Yoon, I do apologize. On the bubble set, you'll see at the bottom right corner, we did remove the stairs on sheet P2. We did remove the stairs and bubble it to show that we're putting a flood barricade. Essentially, there are two options. There was the flood barricade or those steps that we had, and we felt, given that this was the multi-purpose room, it would be better to have an exit on grade, so we removed those stairs and put a flood barricade with a door that egresses straight from the ground floor out of the building. We bubbled it on this set, but I did notice it wasn't bubbled and it wasn't changed actually on some other sheets, so I can, if the board is okay with that, I can make those changes and submit.
Thank you. Thanks for the explanation.
I just want to make sure that you do see it on P2 where we did change it. Bottom right corner.
Of the bubbled set?
Yep, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm just opening it up. I don't see it bubbled, but I see it changed. Is that what you're saying?
I have a cloud over here, but on the next submission, I can bubble the changes.
Okay, yeah, that's.
I see it on my end. I apologize if it's not coming up on your end.
Okay, yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay, somehow I'm not able to open the files, so I'm not able to follow the discussion, but you, Commissioner Yoon, I'm assuming you're on top of this.
Well, I believe it's a difference in approach to meeting flood regulations, and since we're not waiving any, and that's up to DOB to actually review and confirm compliance, I just wanted to make sure that the changes were bubbled so that we were seeing what was changing from the last set that we had reviewed.
Okay.
Which it sounds like maybe there was just some transmittal error, but if you could just have that.
Right. What I'll do is I found a mistake on one other page that still showed those stairs at the side yard.
Yeah.
I'll get rid of the stairs. I'll bubble all the sets to show the removal of those stairs, and then I'll submit those.
Great, thank you.
Two separate
And we
complete
have-
sets, Mr. Goldstein. One bubbled, one straight. Complete
Correct.
sets.
Correct, with a
Clean,
cover
sorry,
letter
clean, sorry.
telling us exactly where the changes were made.
Thank you.
We also, as noted, we do have the flood note confirming that you're not waiving, that the board's not waiving any of the flood regulations. Okay, I believe those were all the comments from the hearing, from the review.
Yeah, and please, in your submission, please confirm what the use group is, the new use group.
Right. We'll modify that. Should we modify the whole application or just the statement of facts and plans?
Stating what the new use group is, and if it is anywhere reflected in the plan sheet, just revise it.
No problem. We'll take care of that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe those were all my questions.
Yep. Yeah, we were satisfied with the submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to put the public thing up again, please? The case we're currently discussing is 2023-22 BZ 1A Jarvis Court, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter the, excuse me, phone conference ID number 370-170-620 and press the pound sign. You will wait to be admitted. You can press *5. Once you're admitted, press *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be able to speak on the phone. And if you are on the website, Microsoft Teams, join a meeting. The meeting ID number is 218-414-662-959. The passcode is lowercase j for Juliet, lowercase w for whiskey, uppercase J for Juliet, uppercase H for hotel, the number 9, and the lowercase c for Charlie.
You're being gender neutral?
No, it's some listen.
It's a native?
The native.
Oh, really?
The native.
I didn't know.
Yeah. That's the thing that cops use, this one.
Huh. Did not know. Thank you. Mr. Goldstein, how long will it take for you to make this correction?
These are fairly quick changes. So I would like to ask if the board is okay with it to close the hearing, and we could submit, keep the record open to submit.
Yeah, I was going to make that recommendation, and can we schedule this for August?
Let me, if it's okay with the board, I'll confirm with client, because August 12th, 13th is the eve of an auspicious Jewish holiday, so I generally don't have hearings that day.
Okay, got it.
For myself, I just have to confirm with the client.
Okay, all right. Okay. Otherwise, it will be in September.
Okay, I'll confirm with staff today.
Yeah, we'll reach out to you.
All right. All right. Nobody called in.
Nobody called, no one raised their hands.
I make a motion to close and
Chair.
keep the record open for the submission.
Chair Shanda,
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 23, 2023, 12-12BZ, 23015 Merrick Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. This is John. Do you know the last name?
John Mora. I apologize for the pronunciation. If you're the applicant, that's the applicant. Right?
I have let the applicant in. Is there anyone else from your team?
I'd like you to admit Jared Brown from Bowler Engineering, please. Jared Jones. I apologize, Jared Jones.
Jared Jones.
Yes, we do know him.
Yes, Mr. Jones.
Mr. Marmor, I do not have your last name, so can you please spell out your last
It's
name?
Marmora. It's up on the screen, though.
No, I only have it as an,
Oh, okay, it's not there?
That's why,
It's-
yeah.
Okay.
Marmora, thank you.
Marmora, thank you.
Yes.
We'll get it.
I think
anyone
we're
else
good.
from
Thank
your
you.
team, Mr. Marmora?
No, I think Jared would be sufficient for today. We did attend the review session. Obviously, we have to make a resubmission of our statement of findings of fact, so.
We need to swear you and your team.
Okay, Mr. Jones, Mr. Moore, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes, I do so affirm.
State your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Thank you. John Marmora, attorney for the applicant Raising Cane's. Jared is our site engineer. We do have a traffic engineer representative from Raising Cane's, but I don't think it's necessary to call them today. Couple of points just to respond directly to the questions. Obviously, we have to make the submission under the new section 73-311, which we will do. There was a question about the Laurelton Bulletin Board. That's a community sign. It's on view 12 of the photographs we submitted. It is not an advertising sign. It's a community sign. It's already there. They just asked us to illuminate it, which we agreed to do. That was part of the community board conditions. Finding B is the traffic, and I'm sure the commissioners are aware, we just got a rather lengthy letter dated July 8th from the DOT. They've requested some significant additional information, which we are in the process of gathering. We anticipate responding within the next 2 to 3 weeks to the DOT with the additional studies. But just so the members are aware, we did start this process a year ago. We had an on-site meeting the community board arranged with the DOT, with the police, and with members of the community board and the public. So we had hoped to be a lot further along with the DOT than where we were when we got that July 8th letter, but we will respond very promptly. Excuse me, I think it's best to hold traffic comments until we make that resubmission and then get a response from the DOT. The air quality comment, the new requirement, we will address that as well in our resubmission. We do have less than, our peak hour will be less than 170 trips, so I don't think it will be a significant issue. A fair amount of the board's comments related to finding D, the buffer. And for that, I'd like to turn it over to Jared to explain what exactly is going on with the fence and the retaining wall.
Okay.
Thanks, yeah, so for clarification, the existing retaining wall is being removed. That area is being regraded along that property line. So the residential properties will still be on the higher side. It is going to drop some. It's probably going to be a range more from the 1 to 3 foot range. So we'll provide a section detailing this all out across there. Again, no issue with providing the 10-foot high fence. But the landscape buffer will be 10 foot deep with this 10 foot high fence and rearranging the arborvitae's per the commissioner's request. So it'll be further detailed out in the resubmission.
Okay. All right. So when you regrade it, it will lower the elevation of the site even more?
The site's coming up some, but at the far side of the street or closest to 230th, that wall is in the range of 4 feet, and then it obviously tapers down as you move closer to Francis Lewis and then it disappears. So what's happening is that landscape area is being graded down to our drive-through and then up a little bit to our building and then back down. Okay. So it's going to almost look like a V or a channel, but the residence is clearly on the high side, even above the building. So that'll add to the height of the screening itself.
Great. So do provide sections to clearly explain the grade difference, heights, the depths of the planting beds, and in relation to the buildings abutting the site.
Yeah, based on the comments, I'm probably going to add 3 sections because it varies obviously as you move from one street to the other, but I'll add a couple of sections so you can see the transitions.
Sure. And do add a note to the plan if it's not regarding the lumen count, that the lumen spread along the residential lot line. Bless you.
Thank you.
Shall be no more than, I think we had agreed to 2
2-foot candle.
2-foot candle light. Yeah.
I'll get that note added in. Okay. I think that was the majority of it. I know there's some clarifications about the signage, but I had the note that you requested about the signage complying with the underlying zoning, and there's no variances granted or waivers granted from the board. No objection to that. I also had a table to clarify which street signs are pointing to.
Okay. The community sign that Mr. Marmora was talking, is it on the subject site or it's outside, but it's something that you're doing it as a good neighbor?
No, it's actually on the subject site.
So just keep that in mind when you're doing your sign analysis.
You would include the Laurelton sign?
That's not.
It's not an advertising sign. It's an existing sign.
I guess.
Okay. So it's like a community.
Let me get the photo just so we're all looking at the same thing.
It's
quite sure.
Views
community. Yes,
Views 12 of the photographs we submitted.
It's the community board's the Federated Blocks of Laurelton sign. So yeah, that's that.
You can see it here. You can see it here.
God.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That's fine. So just add a note that's a community sign, and so that it's very clear for future board references. Yeah.
That was most of the comments. Oh, the bus stops. There's no bus stops fronting the site. There's one actually on each block in each direction. So between Westone 230th, I'm sorry, Westone Merrick after 230th and East on Merrick after Francis Lewis.
Now, I did have question regarding the traffic flow, especially my concern is regarding the way, and I'm trying to pull out the plans. And I'm sure DOT will have some say on it, but I also want to bring it up. Why am I not able to find the plan? Okay, just give me a second. I'm.
I'll share it also, so we're all looking at it.
Okay, so the entrance to the site would be from the, I guess that's the,
That's all Merrick, correct.
right, all the way on the western end. And then that entrance will serve not only for the drive-through, but also for vehicles that will be parking. Now,
Correct.
if a vehicle wants to exit onto Merrick, I guess a vehicle that is parked there, they will just kind of make a U-turn and make an exit on Merrick. But if someone wants to go southbound, then they would choose to take the exit from Francis Lewis Boulevard cut. And that would result in a little bit of a friction for vehicles that are trying to exit and the vehicles that are waiting in queue. So that's why I was asking if a throughput lane can be put along the Francis Lewis Boulevard that would, to allow for these vehicles to exit without it causing a friction with the drive-through. So can the entrance be moved closer to the Francis Lewis Boulevard? That way you clearly channelize, actually you probably don't even need the Francis Boulevard exit. You channelize the traffic in such a way that all the vehicles that are coming in and parking on the site will exit using Merrick and enter using Merrick. And then you have only the drive-through that will enter from Merrick and will exit on 230th Street without having any need for a curb cut on Francis Lewis.
So the curb cut on Francis Lewis is really intended just for a bailout. What we found so far with the traffic studies is this queue is not really going to queue past 6 cars. And we originally had that curb cut closer to Francis Lewis. DOT actually objected to it and wanted us to push it farther back, which is why it's back where it is as of now.
No, I understand that, but my question is, do you even need it? Because if a vehicle that is parked parked in that parking area, can they not just turn around and turn on Merrick Boulevard? Why, if the volume of traffic exiting onto Francis Lewis from the parking area is going to be so little, why do you even need that curb cut?
It's really intended for just a bailout. So if let's say you're sitting at car 10 and you decide, hey, you know what, I don't want it. You have to wait the whole line to get out. There's really no way for you to turn around. So it's really just intended for people to bail out. Most of the cars parked there are probably going to exit out of the Merrick Boulevard curb cut.
Okay, so if that's the case, why does the Merrick Boulevard curb cut need to be closer to 230th? Why can't it be closer to Francis Lewis? That way you create further separation of the vehicular movement where, let's say where the parking space right now 5 is located, you provide the curb cut for entry and exit. So those who want to park in the driveway turn left and park in the driveway, and those who want to use the drive-through turn right and join the drive-through queue.
I think DOT is going to object to that just based on some of the stuff that I've seen from like their responses. They're trying to push curb cuts farther away from drive-through queue lane or entrances just for stacking or additional stacking. It's something we can look into. I think DOT is going to object.
Okay, I understand why. Okay, so DOT, even though you are providing 12 spaces, DOT just wants to have excess.
Correct. Yeah, based on the comments that I've been seeing from the DOT, they're asking for as many cars as possible due to some of the lengths of these other operations in their queues. So. It's something we can consider with them. I think they're going to object.
Okay. Got it. Any other questions for the team? Okay, let's go to the public then.
Case that we're currently discussing is 2023-12BZ 23015 Merrick Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter the phone conference ID number 370-170-620. Press the pound sign. You will be on a brief hold and wait to be admitted. Once you are admitted, you will press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute since you're calling in on the phone. And if you're on the website, the Microsoft Teams website, join a meeting. The meeting ID number is 218-414-662-959, and the passcode is lowercase j for Juliet, lowercase w for whiskey, uppercase J for Juliet, uppercase H for hotel, and the number 9, and lowercase c for Charlie.
I guess the critical component here is going to be DOT's response and revisions accordingly. So we will, our project manager will coordinate with you regarding scheduling.
Waiting for the clock to run out, sorry. Ms. Colton, no one has raised their hands.
All right. This will be scheduled for continued hearing and coordinate with project manager for that hearing date. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Item number 24, 2023-59BZ 280 Bradley Avenue, Staten Island.
I guess this would be
Jay Goldstein.
Okay.
Hi, good
Is there
afternoon.
anyone, you, Mr. Goldstein?
No, not at this time.
Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at recession.
Good afternoon, Jay Goldstein for the applicants. Attended the review session. I heard the board's comments, all of which were very clear, very directive, and we appreciate the board's time and consideration. We will take that back and go to the drawing board and submit in writing in response to the board's comments. I think that's the best course of action today.
Let's then go to the public.
This person is for Bradley. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
First, you need to.
We have to first call, sorry. Put the screen up, Jill. There's also someone in the room. There's a couple of people.
Yeah.
Jella, put the screen up. Thank you. The case we are currently discussing is 2023-59BZ 280 Bradley Avenue, Staten Island. Should you wish to discuss, dial 893-7101. Enter the phone conference ID number. No, the screen. Enter the phone conference ID number 370-170-620, press the pound. You will wait to be admitted. Once you're admitted, press *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute. If you're on the website, Microsoft Teams, join a meeting. The meeting ID number is 218-414-662-959. The passcode is J for Juliet, lowercase j for Juliet, lowercase w for, sorry, whiskey, uppercase J for Juliet, uppercase H for hotel, the number 9, and lowercase c for Charlie. Once you're admitted, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
If there are anybody from representing the council member or borough president, please raise your hand because they will be admitted to give their testimony first.
Yeah.
Followed by testimonies from public.
Okay, so there's 2 people with their hands up, one with a telephone and one with, I don't know.
Okay.
Anna Lowe, and this number.
Let's start with the young lady here.
Yes, please come up. Yeah. Please state your name for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Yvonne Benaman, and I'm a resident on Bradley Avenue in Staten Island, New York.
Go ahead.
Do you want raise my hand?
No, you're not be sworn
we don't
in.
need to.
Oh, okay, thank you. The location I'm talking about, 2023-59BZ, calendar number. The location of this building at 280 Bradley Avenue and the adjacent building at 278 Bradley Avenue is inappropriate and hazardous to the health and safety of the residents on Bradley Avenue and the surrounding community due to traffic congestion on an already highly trafficked narrow two-lane street and the increased volume of toxic vehicular emissions and air pollution as a result of the residential and commercial aspects of the proposed building. The permit, what we heard from the people from the website is the proposed 36-foot tall building will have 5 square feet in front and 30 square feet of backyard space. We were not told about a rooftop play area. The objection to the variance is based on the C finding that allowing a UG3 school, which is what was put on our hearing paper, will alter the essential character of the neighborhood in which the zoning lots are located and will substantially impair the appropriate uses or development of other property and will be detrimental to the public welfare and the surrounding residential community. The location on Bradley Avenue, which is the narrow main 2-lane thoroughfare through the county, which is already heavily trafficked, will not only create a safety hazard, but also a health hazard due to the increased volume of vehicular emissions along Bradley Avenue to the residents on said avenue and the surrounding areas. Additionally, Bradley Avenue is a major bus, fire, and ambulance route, as well as a route to and from the Staten Island Expressway for car and bus commuters to Manhattan and New Jersey. The construction of this building with aspects, both residential and commercial, will be detrimental to the quality of daily life for commuters, both car and bus, and especially for the neighbors and residents affected by the increase in the volume of traffic congestion, and air pollution. I was very glad to know that Community Board was astute enough to disapprove of this application for the many reasons. Additionally, quickly, furthermore, the absence of...
You need to wrap up, so...
Okay, thank you. The entire character and quality of daily life in this neighborhood will be dramatically changed, a change that is not beneficial, but also is harmful and detrimental to the lives of the residents and the lives of the residents of the surrounding community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for your patience being here, listening to all the other.
I appreciate. This was a very educational experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker,
Anna Lowe?
Anna Lowe. I'm going to.
Love.
Oh, Love, sorry. Can you, how do you allow the mic? Yeah,
You got the mic on?
yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Good afternoon, guys. Thank you so much for taking this time to listen to us. I have a few issues that we object to the variance to begin with, but there's other infrastructures that were mentioned, and I'm not sure, I might have missed it because I'm in the middle of work. But again, I know the street is not wide enough, and there's no safety letting the children in and off of buses if there's going to be any buses associated with this building. There is no infrastructure for parking in the neighborhood to accommodate the staff in this building. There is no commercial infrastructure for loading zones to accommodate any deliveries. If trucks were to be used, they would be street side, and this would just exacerbate the conditions of what you guys have already mentioned. There is no infrastructure to accommodate the utilities, including any updates to electrical grid, gas lines, sewage lines. All of this will have an immediate impact on the current residents if these streets are going to be blocked to accommodate all of this. My property value, I've been living in this neighborhood, I live at 266 Bradley. My property value is heavily going to decrease. It's affecting all of our homeowners' property value. Also, as it is now, we have people blocking our driveways, pulling up on our sidewalks just to let the kids in and out from across the street. It used to be the St. Rita's building. They do have entrance on Wellbrook, but the parents always tend to use Bradley Avenue. I guess it's an easier way for them to come and go. This is also going to it's a block that is a major throughway for first responders. We have nursing homes both up and down the blocks. We have Seaview Hospital at the top. We have a senior community up the block. This is going to be a hazard when people need to move moving around. Right now, and I know some of you have been on the street, right now, early morning, evening rush, it is impossible for me to even try to get out of this, out of my driveway. 90% of the time I have to go around the block just so that I can make a right rather than having to go left. Let me see what else I have here. The reduction of green space. Right now, at the corner of Bradley and Queen Street, that area tends to heavily flood. Removing some of the green space that we have is just going to be exacerbate even more into that. The existing quality of life, of course, we've already discussed. What else? I'm trying to get as fast as I can so I can get as much in. It is a residential neighborhood. If this is going to be a commercial building, there's going to be infrastructure needed for security floodlights, which is now going to cause light pollution in the area. We've already discussed the pollution of the traffic coming and going. 350 additional children living in this building. Where is the safety? I never realized how close that building is to the street. Young kids tend to run in and out. That's a safety concern to me. I have seen my neighbor's kids running in and out, and I have chased the little ones several times just to get them back behind the gate. So it's very concerning to me for the safety of the kids. The other thing is the garbage pickup. There's going to be a huge accumulation of garbage left on the street. Where is that garbage going to be with the size of the length, the width of what they have between the building and the actual street? This is not only a messy condition, it's also for health. Also for health, and it also attracts critters. Every time there's a new building going up, we've got mice all over the place. I have spent over $1,500 this past winter trying to get rid when they started building down the block, the residential. So I hope that all of it's taken into consideration. I'm sorry if I'm blabbering on and just
Thank
running
you
my
for your
mouth.
testimony. You can submit your testimony to, and this goes for you also, if you want to you can submit what you have stated in the record at submit.nyc.gov.
And you can add to it.
Yeah.
And you can add to what you have stated.
You already
also.
submitted this, didn't you?
Yes, it's all been submitted. Thank you
I
so
would
much for your
just,
time.
thank you, Ms. Love. I just want to clarify one thing. This is not a commercial use. This is a school, and the use that is being proposed, it is permitted as of right in this zoning district. The question before us is the density of this use. That is what is before the board. So use is permitted as of right, provided they stay within what the underlying zoning regulation requires. What they're proposing is more floor area, more height, with reduced front yard and rear yards, side yard. So that's what this application is before here is for, and they need to justify that, and that's how we framed all the questions too. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Then we must have misinformed, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Okay. Next attendee, next person, I think the digit number starts with 39. I can't read the whole.
3954?
3954.
The person calling with the last four digits, 3954? Hello?
Ms. Love, you may lower your hand because, yeah, thank you. Person with 3954?
Okay. Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead. State your name, please.
Yes, yeah, that's my number. I'm the owner of 262 Bradley, so I appreciate Yvonne and Anna's comments. I totally agree with them. I grew up in that neighborhood, and I've just seen it just get more and more condensed, or dense, not condensed. When I go in and out of the driveway, like Anna says, it takes forever to get in and out of there. Also, I have nothing against a school, but I mean the capacity that they were talking about is just overwhelming. Also, the fact that they really aren't sure what they really want to do. I think that needs to be specified. So for those reasons, and also because it does affect the quality of life in Staten Island, certainly a residential street, which I would love it to be maintained. I mean, there are stores at the other ends of the block. The bus stop is right across the street. There's already a lot of foot traffic on the sidewalks, which, as we've seen, is very narrow, and the fact that it is only, one lane each way. So I hope that, thank you for the board for not approving this, and I'm hoping that the variance isn't given, and that, we can breathe easy. But thank you for your thorough presentation. I was quite impressed. So thank you very much.
Thank you. This was our initial hearing, so applicant has to respond to it, and there will be continued hearings on this. So please do stay tuned and find out from the community board when the next hearing is scheduled. You can also go to our website to find out. And I will suggest the applicant do reach out to the community board, notifying them of the future hearings and make necessary submissions accordingly, so that you're all up to date as to what any revisions that is being made and documents that's been submitted to us is also made available to the community board for your review.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other speakers for this case? Please raise your hand.
This is 2023-59BZ, 280 Bradley Avenue, Staten Island. Anyone else who wishes to speak?
If you
spoken.
have additional comments, or please do, you can always submit a letter to submit at bsa.nyc.gov. Commissioners, as you gather, do read through every document that we do get, though I seem to have missed one objection today.
Okay.
Okay.
Next
All
case.
right, next case.
Thank you so much.
Again, thank you so much for
waiting.
attending.
I appreciate it.
We don't get audience, so we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Hold on.
Someone else raised
We
their
can't go to the next case.
Sorry, Mr. Goldstein.
There's work that has to be done that can't be commenced till September, so I'll work with staff just based on that, because we do have the summer blackout dates for secret review.
So all the analysis that would need to be done in September, that's what you're referring to? And with the normal school activities and other things? Okay.
Correct.
Chair?
Yes.
Council has advised me that several other people have just joined in to speak.
Okay. Is it for this case?
If it is for Bradley Avenue, please raise your hand. Okay. So then we're done?
Yeah.
Okay, let's call the next case.
Yeah.
Okay, the next
Thank you.
item, 2024-07,
better.
sorry, 2024-07BZ, 4529 Casino Boulevard, Queens. This is Adam.
So again, just to wrap it up on Bradley, there is not going to be any hearing well into September. It may be even later. Yes, we haven't closed, we haven't made a decision because the applicant needs to respond to our comments. They're going to make a submission, and based on the submission, we will hold another hearing. So most likely, it's going to be sometime later part of September or even October, November. Yeah. Your community board should be notified.
Yeah, or check with the community.
Or check
you know,
with the community board.
community.
Yeah, it would. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Take care.
Ms. Wrong.
Who do we have for this application?
This is, should be Adam Tallman.
Adam Thomas, I do not see him. Do you see him? Okay, all right. Oh, there he is, Adam Tallman. Okay. Anybody else from your team, Mr. Tubman?
Just waiting for my camera and microphone to activate. Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have a number of members from the team who are joining us today.
Zach?
I see Zach Weimer, Lisa Trube, Katie Foley, Alex Lieber. I believe that's it.
Do you see Alex Lieber?
I did.
The hand is up. Lisa.
Okay,
Trub,
Lisa Tar.
Katie Foley. Alex Lieber. They're there.
Sean Flynn, excuse me.
Sean Flynn. I don't see a Sean Flynn.
Yeah, I don't.
S-E-A-N.
Oh, there he is, Sean Flynn.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Okay, can everyone, so we have Lisa, we have, sorry, Zach, we have Adam. The others in the picture? I don't see. Put your cameras on, please, if you're going to speak. If you're going to speak, I have to swear everyone in, so.
Our colleague Katie Foley is waiting to be let in.
And Susan Wright is part of your team?
Yes.
Yes, Susan Wright, okay.
Matt Carmody is a member of our team also.
And Matt Carmody.
And somebody by the name of Matthew.
Carmody.
Oh, that's the,
That's
I
one of
can't
them
see
too.
the full name. Okay.
Yeah.
There.
And Susan Wright's still waiting to be let in, I think.
No, she's a presenter.
Oh, she's a person.
Okay, so Katie is, let's see here.
Why is Katie not, she's there, Katie Foley.
She's here.
She has been admitted. Yeah.
Okay, and there she is. There's Katie and Susan, Zach, Don, and Adam.
Right. Alex and Matt, if you can please turn on your camera just to be sworn in.
And Is Jerry Lowe part of your team? No.
No, he's not.
Okay. And Alex Lieber also is your team?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so we have everyone?
Looks like it. Thank you for bearing with us.
Right?
The fan, just turn it on.
No, I'm not.
I have Alex Lieber, Darrow, Katie, Zach, Lisa, Sean, Matthew, Susan. Sorry, I don't mean to call you by your first names, but I'm just checking. Adam, all right, anyone raise their right hands? Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
I do.
Okay. Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session, Mr. Taubman.
Thank you. I'm Adam Taubman, Kramer Levin, Land Use Counsel to the applicants. Apologies if we've overwhelmed you with our presence today. A number of our team members are here just in case there were questions. We did observe the board's comments earlier today. We're pleased to see that we have the board's support and we're prepared to address the outstanding comments. If it's okay with the board, we'd like to take just a few minutes to give a presentation that we had prepared before hearing the board's comments this morning. We can keep that relatively short. Presentation will be given by Katie Foley of Self-Help Community Services, Zach Weimer of Curtis and Ginsberg Associates, and then myself. With that, Zach, I'll ask you to share the presentation. Katie, you can take it away.
Hello, my name is Katie Foley, and I'm the Managing Director of External Affairs at Self-Help. Thank you for the opportunity today to present on our application. We believe that individuals deserve to age with dignity and independence, and our unique approach is rooted in our long-standing work with Holocaust survivors, which gives us the experience we need to respond to the needs of every person and respect their own life experience. Our expertise now benefits more than 25,000 people from diverse backgrounds across New York City and Long Island through affordable housing, home health care, and community-based services. For over 60 years, Self-Help has been a leading nonprofit developer in Flushing, and our purpose is simple yet profound. We strive to enable adults to age with dignity in the place that they love most, their own home. Our application would allow us to bring new affordable senior housing to the neighborhood by making space available for new residents. The next slide, Zach, please. We believe that aging adults should never worry about finding stable and affordable housing. And with a portfolio of 19 buildings and 1,800 apartments, all with access of on-site social services, we are increasing aging New Yorkers' access to housing. On this slide, you can see where Self-Help's 6 housing residences are located in Flushing, centered around Cassana Boulevard and 45th Avenue and Elder Avenue. And to address the urgent need for affordable senior housing, we've applied for a parking reduction to the existing site. There are thousands of older New Yorkers in need of affordable housing, and we want to welcome them home to a building meant just for them. I'll turn now to our architecture firm to share more details. Zach?
Thanks, Katie. My name is Zach Weimer, and I'm a project architect with Curtis and Ginsberg Architects. The proposed building, Self-Help Casina House, will be located on the eastern side of the Flushing campus between Casina Boulevard, Union Street, and 45th Avenue. Existing vehicular access to the east campus is currently located on both Casina Boulevard and Union Street. The proposed building will utilize part of the existing parking lot on the northeast portion of the zoning lot between existing 12-story, 8-story, and 5-story affordable housing buildings for seniors on the campus. Self-Help Casina House, labeled SKH in the diagrams, will be 8 stories tall and provide much-needed affordable housing for seniors in the Flushing area. The proposed building will touch and partially cantilever over the existing Benjamin Rosenthal Prince Street Older Adult Center and will take advantage of the already noted existing robust infrastructure of the East and West Flushing campus. At the ground level, some parking will be located in open-air stalls under the residential building above. I'll also note that our site plan is designed in coordination with AKRF to conform with relevant fire code, specifically with respect to the drive aisle access and FDNY staging. Our colleague Adam Taubman will discuss in greater detail the specifics of the requested parking reduction, but this diagram helps to illustrate that the existing site contains a total of 73 parking stalls, with 72 spaces currently required. The new site plan provides parking spaces for 40, 39 of which are required. To the board's earlier question, wheel stops will be provided at parking stalls to protect both the building and landscaping. Adding affordable senior housing to the site also provides an opportunity to improve the site as a whole for both existing and future residents. The proposed site plan will replace an existing drive aisle, which currently separates residents from the K5 building from the west courtyard, with a paved lane modeled on a Vunar-style street, which will only be accessible to pedestrians and to FDNY vehicles in emergencies. To achieve this, vehicular traffic will be reconfigured so that access both in and out takes place on Union Street. In this diagram, the large orange arrow illustrates FDNY circulation across the site from Casina to the required 30-foot by 30-foot frontage space located in front of the new building entrance and continuing through to Union. Vehicular access is shown in yellow. In its existing configuration, the east courtyard provides access for residents to K6 from Casina Boulevard. In the new site plan, this remains the case, and low-slope ramps integrated into a newly designed landscape with plantings will also provide access for residents of the new building. All surfaces will be at maximum slope of 120 to ensure ease of mobility for seniors. To an earlier question that was posed about access and ramping, I'll just also note that there is a grade change of several feet between the east and west courtyards, and so Casina House has been designed to open on grade in the west courtyard, which is the higher elevation and adjacent to community spaces for residents on the ground floor. Fixed and flexible seating will be provided near the entry to the courtyard and a large paved plaza located at the entry of the new building. Residents will also be able to access Casina Self-Help and K1 using the new west courtyard via the pedestrian lane. The west courtyard will be programmed to provide spaces for both passive and active recreation for seniors, and while not conceived as a primary circulation path, visitors will be able to reach Self-Help's buildings from Union Street via a new pedestrian gate within the proposed 8-foot screening fence and by crossing the parking lot. To the board's earlier question about the adequacy of 3 feet for the proposed plantings, I'll just note that the site plan was designed with Matthews Nielsen Landscape Architects and that their team is confident that the proposal is adequate. This rendered view of the proposed building from Union Street helps to show a building that is deeply committed to sustainability. The Casina House will meet Passive House standards for thermal and envelope performance, and you can see some of the many sustainable features on the building behind the vehicular and pedestrian gates shown in the foreground, from a PV array located on the roof to solar shading integrated into the facade. The board had asked a question about the finish of the proposed fence. The example provided in SKO2 within the submission was selected for maintenance reasons, but the team agrees that a product that's respectful of context is important, and the exact product and finish is still being considered. We're happy to hear feedback from the board on this. In this view from Casina Boulevard, you can see Self-Help Casina House in the broader context of the eastern portion of the Flushing campus, located between K5, K1, K6, and the Benjamin Rosenthal Senior Center. With that, I'll turn it over to Adam Taubman of Kramer 11 to speak more in depth about our application.
Thank you, Zach. Next slide, please. So, Zach said a moment ago that I'll be speaking in depth about the application. In fact, in light of the discussion we heard this morning at the review session, we'd be comfortable forgoing the balance of this presentation, which pertains to the required findings, with some attention to the parking demand study findings. We do have a few slides available to have that discussion if the board is interested. But having heard the board's comments and in the interest of time, I'm going to suggest that we take the presentation down, Zach, and then we can move on to the specific comments that were raised this morning.
Yeah, and I also want to just update you. We just received a note from fire department stating, if I can read what, I think the fire department will object to this application. A ladder/truck would have difficulties operating at this location. So the fire department is recommending that this be filed with this application be filed with the fire department's city planning unit for review.
So I can start by addressing that, Chair. That comment is news to us, to be blunt, but we can certainly investigate further and return to the board with an assessment of that comment. As Zach mentioned in his part of the presentation, the site plan design does conform with all applicable fire code standards relating to vehicular access. We did make a submission to the fire department for review of this plan beginning back in February. In fact, made a revised submission, I believe in April, with a revision not relating to substantive design, but rather presentation of the proposal. And that's been under review for 5 weeks, by my understanding. We've not received any sort of formal comment until what you just read on the record.
And it was submitted to this, the city planning unit?
Yes.
Okay. We do have Chief Daly here, so he can also respond to it. But I want him to respond to it after your presentation. So please proceed, Mr. Taubman.
Okay, and just to be clear, Chair and Commissioners, we are very much committed to ensuring that this site plan design conforms with fire department standards. And we'll, of course, collaborate and discuss the issue with the fire department to reach some positive resolution.
Yeah.
The rest of your comments were more of the cleanup variety. I think Zach addressed some of them in our presentation. We will submit revised drawings with the floor plans reoriented so that they're more easily legible. We'll include that illustrative SK02 drawing in the set as well. And then we'll update the statement of facts to include discussion of the existing parking easement.
Right, and also update the statement with regards to the new zoning resolution section numbers, which doesn't apply to you, but the use group numbers.
Correct, we will do that.
Yeah.
I think the only other item that you raised that warrants some sort of detailed response is the soft commitment letter from HPD. We are pleased to report that we received that soft commitment letter just yesterday, so we will submit that to the record.
Yeah. What? Great, that is good news. Okay. Any questions or comments for the development team? Is Chief Daly here in the room? Yeah. Is that him? Yeah, he raised his hand. Yes, Chief Daly, you heard Mr. Taubman's statement that I think the plan has been submitted to the...
Yes, I have. And I'm writing an email right now to Captain Malloy in the city planning unit.
Okay.
Who did not inform me. And I'm trying to get a response back from him. Reviewing our filing system here at the fire department, I showed no applications, but our programs are very good. But I will get back to you as soon as I hear back from Captain Malloy. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Okay, so we do now have Chief Daly, who basically is our liaison from fire department who attends our hearing. It's now on his radar, and he will ensure that the appropriate entity is reviewing it and follow up. So any correspondence you have, you will be also, I think you'll be receiving from him, in addition to anyone else at FDNY. Any other questions or comments that applicants? If not, I would like to take this to the public. All right, great. I do appreciate you all coming to this presentation. It is, we do like the applicants' team being serious about their application. Go ahead.
So the case that we're currently discussing is 2024-07BZ, 4529 Casino Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-893-7101. You will enter phone conference ID number 370-170-620 and press the pound sign. Once you're admitted, you'll press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute as you're calling in on the phone. And if you're on the Zoom, sorry, not Zoom, I apologize, Microsoft Teams join a meeting, your meeting ID is 218-414-662-959, and the passcode is lowercase j for Juliet, lowercase w for whiskey, uppercase J for Juliet, uppercase H for hotel, the number 9, and lowercase c for Charlie. The community board is Betty Mock.
Who? Betty? Betty, oh, there it is, Betsy.
Betty Mock is supposed to be, it's a community board.
Okay. Anybody from the council members? I thought somebody from council members' office would want to. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Ms. Mock?
Ms. Mock, your microphone is not activated. Can we put the dial-in information on the screen again, please?
Your microphone is not, we can't hear you.
Ms. Mark, if you're having difficulty with your microphone on the computer, we have on the screen right now the dial-in information.
Okay. While we're waiting for Ms. Mark to join in, Fire Department, I see Chief Daly's hand is up. So do you want to add anything?
Yes, I just sent an email to Mr. Cobbin, and please excuse me if I mispronounced your name. If you have an application number, or Zach from the architect's office, they have an application number, so I could kind of check real quick before we end this session, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Should I respond to that?
Yes, please do.
So thank you, Chief Daly. I did receive your email just a moment ago. I personally don't have that number handy. I've forwarded your request to other members of the application team who should be on standby, so I'm hoping that we can get a response to you pretty soon.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Ms. Mark?
No, your microphone is still not working. I don't think she can hear you either. Jeez.
You tell them to submit in writing.
Ms. Mark, if you're having difficulty accessing the virtual portal, please, you can provide a response in writing, and you can send it to submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
Do we have her contact info?
She's from the community board.
Okay.
She's a community board member or a?
Don't know, she's the project. She's the, I don't think she's district manager.
She's on the land use committee. She's on the land use.
Thank
I think she's the chair. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember what it was. Thank you, Ms. Town.
I believe Ms. Mark is trying to call in.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Is the number coming in?
is the number coming in? I see a notification. No.
Yes, I just let them in.
Anyone else? I don't see anybody else.
Anyone else calling in for 2024-07BZ, 4529 Casino Boulevard, Queens? She's calling in, but.
Okay.
Why is it?
Is it a phone number ending in 9068?
No, that was there before.
No. I don't see any phone number here.
There are 3 telephones.
I'm showing 3 phone numbers in the.
No, but no one's like.
Nobody's raising. Is it 9068 or 5457?
I have no idea.
Okay.
I'm
Ms. Mark, I'm sorry, we do have to move. We do have other items on the calendar. So I apologize for the difficulty you're having in connecting. I would strongly request that you submit your testimony to submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
Also, we do have Betsy Mock's report or describing the Land Use Committee's.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Mark.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Mark?
Finally got through. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Can I speak now?
Yes.
And please state your name.
Please state your name.
Okay. My name is Betsy Mack.
You're calling me, Darren, from cell phone.
You need to mute yourself on, you need to mute the YouTube.
Teams.
Hold on. Let me see if I can do that.
Okay.
Can
Hello?
you hear me now?
Okay, please go ahead, Ms. Mack.
Okay. My name is Betsy Mack. I'm honored to serve as a member of Queens Community Board 7. Today, I'm here to voice my strong support for self-help special permit applications, which seek to reduce off-street parking requirements in order to create a new senior affordable housing development in the Flushing community of Queens. I believe that their proposal to develop new affordable housing is crucial for our community, where there is a growing need for affordable housing. Self-help has a long-standing reputation for its unwavering commitment to our elder neighbors' well-being. I've seen this commitment firsthand as my family has been served by self-help. I'm proud to support self-help special permit applications because their goal to build more housing addresses a pressing need and promises to enhance the quality of life for aging adults in Flushing. I urge the BSA to approve this application and allow self-help to continue its effort in serving Flushing elders adults. They came to us on April 8, 2024 to make the same presentation at our community board monthly meeting, and we voted unanimously approved to support the application. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to speak on this case? Okay. Not seeing any new hands being raised.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Chair. I believe Jerry Lowe wanted to speak on this application.
Okay. Yep, go ahead. And Jerry Lowe, I don't, oh, there he is, Jerry Lowe. Okay, allow camera, right? All right, go ahead, Mr. Lowe.
Mr. Lowe? Moses.
Am I doing anything wrong? I said, I didn't know.
Jerry Lowe's on hold.
Okay, why is he on hold?
I know.
But he's on hold.
Mr. Lowe, are you able to join us?
I think he needs just one moment more, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can take an opportunity to update the board. We have tracked down the application number that Chief Daly requested, and I've sent it to Chief Daly by email with a copy to the board.
Wonderful, thank you.
Chief Daly just raised his hand.
Yes, Chief Daly?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Todman, thank you very much. I was able to access our seller files The application was uploaded on June 20th of this year, and so it will take the city planning unit possibly 3 months to review this. I will ask them if they could speed up that plan review on this. So, but I know currently we are reviewing it, but I have not issued any approvals on this.
I thought the initial discussion with fire department started back in February or something like that.
I just checked our Excel file. The application was uploaded on June 20th.
The initial application, by my understanding, was under a different application number, and I can provide that also to you, Dale, if you'd like. I don't know if that's meaningful or not, but I can provide.
Well, this current application I had reviewed, those similar to the plans that you have submitted to the BSA for fire apparatus access. So, yeah, if you can provide so I could assist the BSA with your application, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Of course, I'll do that right away. Thank you.
Thanks.
Just in terms of for everybody, this is a senior housing that is seeking funding, and so there are funding timeline, deliverable deadlines. So any way that this can be expedited to meet the funding deadlines and timeline would be much appreciated. Okay.
Ms. Benke has her hand up.
Yes, Ms. Benke.
I just wanted to note that there is also a hazmat review open with DEP, so that will take some time. The estimate for the review of the Phase 2 work plan and HASP should be August 12th. We'll hear back.
Okay.
And then the testing will have to be done.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Lowe?
Can we move on?
I believe he's calling from the number that ends in 74.
774. Okay, all right. Person with number 774, phone number 774 ending. And, please, we just kind of, we let you in. What happened? Please speak, so we can move. All right, we did let the person in. The mic is active, so the person should be speaking.
Hi.
Yeah.
Jerry Lowe, can you?
Yes, we can hear you, Mr. Lowe.
Can you hear?
Yes. Yes.
You can hear, right? I'm sorry, I lost it. Okay, I like to ask for the committee to be considering about this project because we all need the senior housing, especially in Flushing area. And I have been supporting with self-help, and then I can see that they have been working so close to giving a good service to our seniors. And also, you know about Flushing, right? There's a lot of seniors, especially for the minority people like Chinese, Asian, Hispanics, and a lot of others, elders. They really need these apartments. So that's the reason I try to call in.
Thank you. So I assume you support this application?
Yeah, I support it and hope you guys can help and support this application of this.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If
Anyone else who wishes to
anyone
speak?
else?
On 2024-07BZ, 4529 Casino Boulevard, Queens, please?
Mr. Tubman, how much time will it take, considering that we have an hazmat issue that is open and fire department review? And what's your deliverable timeline with keeping in mind your financial, the funding? When is the LIHTC due?
Lisa, is that a question you're prepared to answer?
Yeah, I can speak to that. We have the stock commitment letter from HPD, and we will be put into the pipeline relatively soon, but we have to get through these first initial hurdles before we get into the pipeline. But we think we could close end of 2025 to mid 2026. So we would need to have everything ready to go pretty much by the start of 2025 to have it all wrapped up and then switch over from what we're doing now to just pre-development and working through the financing.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank you. So I would say best would be to coordinate with our project manager, Ms. Prenga, regarding the next hearing, because if there is an issue with the fire department, the site plan will need to change.
For the fire department, the hazmat, it doesn't seem like that would affect the findings.
No, it would
So we
not.
just really need the fire department.
Right.
Right, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So
We'd
because.
be happy to continue
Yeah. we
speaking
would
with Joe.
keep it. Yeah. Okay. All right. So please coordinate with Ms. Prenga and coordinate a hearing date if you need. So do reach out to her. Okay. Thank. Hmm?
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Okay.
For
All
the
right.
next case, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Thank you for your attendance. Do you appreciate it?
Oh, John has his hand
Madam
up.
Chair,
Yes.
I have something, I'm sorry. Before we go, I was provided with the initial application number, just to let everyone know that application was denied.
Okay.
So now the second phase, we submitted the new application, which was uploaded on June 20th, so which is currently has to be reviewed by the city planning unit. And as I stated earlier, I will meet with them and try to get a time warning back to you for their review and assist them.
Okay. All right.
So we can
Thank
move
you.
this application forward.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mhm.
All right. Let's move to the next case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your.
Item.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone. Item number 26, 2024, 10BZ, 1679 63rd Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, this would be Mr. Friedman. Anyone else from your team, Mr. Friedman?
Lynn should be.
Lynn would be there.
Lynn,
Lynn.
this is just the applicant team at this moment, please.
Okay, I've made both Lynn and Maurice presenters.
There we go. There I am. Okay.
Anyone else from your team, Mr. Friedman? I've also allowed Lynn.
Turn off. Rabbi Singer.
Mr. Friedman?
Yes, Rabbi Singer, do you hear me?
Yes, sir. But are you presenting by yourself, or is Mrs. Friedman with you?
I'm here.
Okay, because I need to swear you in, but I don't see her.
And who else? Is there anyone else?
Yes, Rabbi Singer.
Oh, Rabbi Singer.
Oh, there. Okay. Shay Singer. Okay.
And who else? That's it, Ms. Friedman?
That's it.
Okay, so is the Rabbi gonna put his
He's
camera
gonna
on?
speak also.
I don't see him on the.
Ian? Are we having? Rabbi Singer, turn on your camera.
So I can swear you in?
Yerachmiel Singer. Oh, there it is. application.
There's someone who has their hand raised, phone number ending 7107. Is that someone who would be from your team?
Is that Rabbi Singer?
And
Rabbi Singer is in the room. I made him a presenter.
2476.
okay, no, we don't have anybody, but there's someone else with their hands raised, 7107.
The person with the number 7107, if you can hear me, if you are not part of the applicant team, you must wait till we open it up to the public. So please lower your hand if you're not part of the applicant team.
Okay. Do you have your team here? Is Rabbi?
Yes, okay, here we
Okay.
go.
Proceed.
All right, so after.
Okay.
Wait, no, I have to throw them in.
Yes, he's in.
But where is, I don't have a picture. I don't know, what are we doing? Rabbi Shea Singer. He's in.
Not Shea Singer. Do you have Yarof Meal Singer? It was there before. I don't see it there now.
He's in the room.
Yeah, Yaakov Singer, right there.
Katie Leckman? Is he there?
He's in.
He's in. He needs to turn on his camera and microphone.
Turn on your camera and microphone. It should help. You see on the upper right-hand corner of the screen?
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
A little.
Yes, I'm in.
Okay,
Hello, good evening, good afternoon, everybody.
okay. Raise your right hand. Everyone, raise your right hands. Thank you. Right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name for the record and proceed to respond to the board's comments at review session.
Okay. Maurice Moshe Friedman. I am the representative for Rabbi Singer and the school. I need you to turn off your sound a little bit. Otherwise, yeah, I'm sorry. Okay, I was here at the, listened to the executive session, so I just want to answer a couple of what the items that were brought up, and then I will be open to any questions anybody wants to ask. First of all, the chair brought up about the community board. We did answer, and the latest set of plans show that we gave what the community board wanted. If you look at the plot plan, which is page 11 of the plan set, there's only one bus on 63rd Street and two buses on 62nd Street. There are 2 trees on each street. We couldn't put the third tree because otherwise you wouldn't be able to load the children. So there's on either end of the lot, we put trees. So the total of 6 trees are needed. So you have 4 trees are going to be planted and 2 trees will be paid into the tree fund. And the main entrance will be on 62nd Street, and Lynn will speak to how the busing will work. As the use group changes, yes, I know city planning changed all the use groups. We'll fix that up. We'll add the note to the plan about the condition of the window wall system. And thank you very much. I'm sorry about the extra zero, Commissioner Young. Yeah, typo, sorry. Okay, after the play areas. First of all, none of them are CMU walls.
Yeah, they are.
What kind of walls are these then?
Okay, so the sound walls are they're plastic walls. They're sound attenuating walls. But I just want to go first of all on, if we go to the second floor, the roof playground is not a gym, it's an exterior space. That is the rear yard between the 2 sides. So all there is a chain link fence separating the roof playground, it says roof playground, from the HVAC. So there's nothing else over there. On the other side of the HVAC anyway, there's a brick wall because there's another commercial building there. On the roof of on the third floor, the roof in the front, I spoke to the rabbi, and it's a sitting area. It's not going to be used as a play area. So we're going to change to, we're not going to have that 10-foot high, not even a chain link fence. If it's okay, we'll put the 3'6" high parapet and a 2'6" high, or some combination of that, a wrought iron, some decorative fence over there, so it will look nice on the 63rd Street entrance. And if you look on the roof, the total roof, it is safe, the AI sound wall. And the 10-foot high for a play area for children required per the building code to have a 10-foot high fence. And this fence it's one, I can give a sample again. We used it in one of our other schools. The board had accepted it, which is why we're using it now. It's sort of a plastic coated fence with a very high STC value.
Okay, that wasn't clear from the documents submitted, so it would be helpful to provide that clarification.
If you look at the proposed roof, it does say AI sound wall, but I'll give the copy of the brochure so the board can see it.
Yep. Why am I having difficulty?
Okay, and there was a question, one other thing is that there was a question regarding a cellar. If you look at the way that we designed the building, you have to realize this is a very long lot. We're trying to get as possible windows in most of the classrooms. The center of the building is useless. Digging down a cellar would be prohibitively expensive, plus it wouldn't gain anything for the building. We placed like the lunchroom in the center because it doesn't need the windows. And then on the upper floors, the classrooms are all facing either the street or the courtyard, in the middle, the rear yard. So we're not gaining anything by digging a cellar, and it would be too expensive.
Okay.
There's no gym here. The gym, that roof playground is the required rear yard.
So the two playgrounds that you have, one is on first floor.
It's the roof of the first floor.
Sorry, the roof of the first floor, and that means it would be on the second floor, and the other one is on the roof of the building.
Correct. That's it.
Okay. So and the space on the third floor would be just seating area.
Right, it's for fresh air. It's for the older boys, and in these Hasidic schools, they have a very tough schedule. They're there from 7, they stay later. Just to be able to go out and get a breath of fresh air without having to run throughout the whole building. That's all it's for.
Okay.
Okay, so now with this is interesting. Commissioner Otley Brown came up with the projected growth chart. Lynn will speak to it. It's a typo because when we started the project in 2023, we had certain numbers, and when we updated it in 2024, everything grew. So the new numbers went in, but some of the old numbers didn't come out. So I'm going to let Lynn speak to that. And Rabbi Singer will speak to how the students come in and out of the building, the busing. Okay? Lynn?
Mr. Reed, yes, thank you.
Thank you, yeah, okay, I just didn't want too much noise, so I muted for a moment. Yeah, thank you for noticing that, Commissioner Otley Brown. That was, when we updated the numbers in the one set, we didn't carry it over, so we'll clean that up. That was And so Commissioner Shabeta, you spoke about the cellar, so that was answered. And the last thing I think is the arrival and departure. So we did a pretty exhaustive study on pages 93 to 100 in the report. What we'll add is, we'll add to the tables to show the number of buses. I think Commissioner Shabeta, you asked for that. Losing track here, but we'll add the number of buses that are showing up. The 9th grade, which is the junior high school, will be using the 63rd Street side. So that'll be one bus. And the rest of the students will use the 62nd Street side. Do you want us to update that now or wait until DOT is done with theirs?
I think you should submit it. I don't think DOB has started its review, so it would be
fine.
Yeah, it would.
So we'll revise that just to show buses, numbers, and exactly which doors each group of students is using and which buses and where the buses will be. We'll clarify that in that section. Rabbi Singer, maybe he can explain. They don't need a lobby or a gathering area. Rabbi Singer, if he can explain how their departure schedule works, how the students leave the building and the orderly method that you use for the children to leave their classrooms and get to the buses.
Good afternoon. My name is Raphael Singer. I am the executive director and the president of the school. First of all, thank you for the opportunity. It's very appreciated that it was a thorough understanding of our working of the civic school. It's very appreciated, and it was a very informative morning. So the way we have it set up, each bus has its own GPS, and so we track the buses as they come, as they go, and we have an extensive two-way radio system with somebody, there's a guard sitting outside of the building, and there's a bus manager inside the building, and everything is coordinated that it should take the minimum. We don't have anybody the lobby should be congested. They come out from the classroom, they go directly on the bus, we load them on the bus, it takes us 5 to 6 minutes to load on the bus leaves, and then goes to the next bus. So, and the same thing is when they come down, they don't stay in the lobby area. They come down the bus, they go directly into the classroom, all the teachers are waiting for them, they take them directly into the classroom. So there's no congestion that we need a community area for the bus. It goes from the classroom to the bus and from the bus to the classroom.
And what about the pickup? Is it happening in the same way? They wait in their class, and when their buses come, then they
they go from they come from the classroom directly onto the bus.
So it is the buses are taking students based on class grades, not based on location.
It takes it by grade, not by location, correct.
Okay. Okay.
I just want to note, remember, most of the children live here in the neighborhood, so it doesn't make a difference if it's a block or two over.
Okay.
It's not most, it's all of the children live in the neighborhood.
Okay. Okay. So if you could just add that to your very detailed description, but add that because that will add to the further clarify.
We will put that in.
Yeah.
Yes. Good. And thank you all for the compliments. We appreciate it. We
wouldn't have it any other way, Ms. Friedman. Whenever we look for the document, we are looking for 100 plus.
Thank you. We're going to try for 100 plus. We learn each time. We upgrade every time. So we'll upgrade again.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. With regards to going back to the third floor, I mean, I think having a 3-foot high parapet is good enough because anything above that, as Commissioner Yoon discovered it and kind of aligned our thinking, would constitute towards floor area if it's above that, especially if it's along the property line. So need to be mindful of any sound attenuation that would be located right along the property line above the parapet on the third floor.
Set back. It was set back. It will take out.
Yeah, was it set back?
It was set back. Everything was 2 feet away. We had
6 feet away.
Well, because of the fire.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yes, it is showing actually 6 foot.
6 foot, yeah, because of the fire department. But if
we talked to the staff and they told us what to do, and we took care of it.
Okay, so it would be 6 foot setback, but it would be less than 10 foot high. It can be like 4 feet or something like that, or 5 feet even, no more than that.
The code requires a 10-foot high fence.
Why would code require a 10-foot high fence?
For a playground, a school playground.
But you said it's not a playground. It's going to be a passive space for.
No. We're talking about 2 different places. The roof, I'm talking about, that's the roof. On the third floor in the front, that's passive.
Okay.
But on the roof of the building, that's the playground.
Right. Yeah. So the third floor roof, third floor wall would be how tall? Just clarify that.
Parapet.
It's a parapet.
Sorry, not third floor. Maybe I'm mispronouncing it. It's a third floor where you have the front.
Correct. 63rd Street.
Yeah, on 63rd Street. What would be the height of that wall?
It's 3 foot standard parapet height. And we would like to put, because of safety, I'm just always afraid, a 2'6" open wrought iron fence.
Okay.
I'll call it out on the plan.
Yeah, and if you can just provide a section of that and or a specification and material spec, that would be helpful.
No problem.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, let's go to the public then.
Do you want to let the interpreter in first?
Yes.
Sophie Z. Okay, so I'm going to do it in English.
Do call it.
Yeah.
Do call and
The case that we're currently speaking about is 2024 10BZ 1679 63rd Street, Brooklyn. Should you wish to call in, dial 646 893 7101. Enter phone conference ID number 370-170-620. Press pound sign. You will wait to be admitted. Once you're admitted, press star 5 to raise your hand, star 6 to unmute. Tracy Benke has her hand up. And if you're in the Microsoft Teams, join a meeting. The meeting ID number is 218-414-662-959. The passcode is lowercase j for Juliet, lowercase w for whiskey, uppercase J for Juliet, uppercase H for hotel, the number 9, and lowercase c for Charlie. Once you're permitted in, you'll have 3 minutes. Tracy's hand is up.
Yes, Ms. Benke?
I believe the EAS, if you could confirm, has the 2 play. Just, if you could just confirm if this discussion affects the EAS, because there was a noise analysis of the playgrounds. So DEP, we sent it to DEP, but if it needs to be modified, please let me know.
Okay. Thank you.
I don't believe.
No, we'll double check.
We'll double check.
Thanks.
So Ms. Z, okay, so Ms. Z, could you attend? You are the interpreter. Sophie Z, could you join us, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you put your camera on, please? Jennifer, put a camera on? You can?
You don't have to put on your camera.
Okay.
But we would ask that you ask if there is anybody in the waiting room who would like to testify.
Okay. 有没有人要说话？关于这个案子的167963间。No one respond? I don't know.
There's a couple of hands up with telephone numbers. And the person who's Jin Zhu, XU, Jin XU, that's the person who requested the
We have an
interpretation.
individual attending the hearing named Jin Zhu. If you would like to testify, please speak and allow an opportunity for interpretation.
金珠这个名字的是要说话，对不对？ Is he or she a mute or no?
They need to raise their hand to if they want to speak.
如果你们想说话，要举手。
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Yes?
It doesn't appear to be muted from this end.
Yeah, but there are two other people with numbers.
Now, could you please find out if anyone, we have someone with the hand raised, the phone number ends with 7107.
7107。电话号码7107的是要说话吗
No.
Okay.
No.
And then another one was 81.
Another one with 8107, phone number ending with 8107.
电话号码最后四个号码是8107的，要说话吗
Okay, the person. No. So is the person with 8107 trying to speak? They need to mute the
Zoom.
Zoom.
The Teams.
The Teams, sorry. I'm sorry. The YouTube. Teams and YouTube.
你们要把那个Team 这个把声音关掉，还有那个 YouTube 那边也关掉才可以，因为那个有那个声音，后面有声音。
I don't know. Now the hands are down.
We will now pause the interpretation and recognize phone number ending in 7107. If you'd like to testify, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great, thank you. Sorry for that. My computer actually doesn't have a microphone, it doesn't work properly. So thanks for this opportunity, and my name is Jin Xu, and I am the resident.
Apologies. Would you like interpretation? I'm so sorry to interrupt. This is the individual who requested an interpreter. Would you like interpretation?
I'm okay. Yes, it's fine.
Okay.
你需要翻译吗？还是自己可以说英文？你自己可以说英文吗？因为你这个英文讲得不错。
那我试一下吧，好不好？ So let me just try. If I have a difficulty, then I can ask the interpreter to help me out. So my name is Jin Zhu, and I'm the resident located at 6204 17th Avenue. So this building actually is, the new building is kind of next to my house. It's direct backyard. So my biggest concern will be once the building is raised, and it's definitely going to block the airs, the natural airs, and the air circulation is definitely going to affect us and the natural light. So that's one thing. So second is if you take a look at 17th Avenue, is extremely busy area. And recently we just had a new building built next to our residence. the number is 6224 17th Avenue. So that have a two business contract. One is for the rental car business, and also at the same time they have a school as well. So, and they have another what's that called Lucky Rental Car. It's also located at 6302 17th Avenue. It's just like a one narrow road in between the 62nd and 63rd Street. So it's like it's not large road, and since the school built, there is a lot of traffic, and during time they have a lot of accidents just happen on the it's in between the conjunction at the 62nd, 63rd Street, and between the 17th Avenue. Because if you take a look at across the street at the 6302 17th Avenue, that's the synagogue. So it's a lot of how to say there's not business contact, but it's a lot of traffic. It's already have that, and on top of that, if you do another school on the 63rd Street, so it's really congested for the traffic. And during time, even though the kids going school and offloaded, it's still every single day by between 5 o'clock or stuff like that. The school bus has to pick up the kids. They just literally just block the whole block from 6204, 6224 and my house, 6204. It's just blocked because they have to pick up the kids. So if you add another school, and you're going to block the 63rd and 62nd Street. So it's already our house. When we find it every day, we're struggling to find a parking place every day. And now, because the car rental, they just parking on the sidewalk now. If you can take a look at it, that's like the traffic is really, really terrible there now. So the other thing is when the building next to our house, when they build it, it's made a lot of damage. And we will never see that kind of a rat is come out. And the still is a big hole, it's still our backyard. There's nobody fix it. So it's like this is like a hazard for the, those things is really concerns us.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ju. Your 3 minutes is up. So
I'm sorry.
Please wrap it up, or you can even submit your statement to submit
Sure.
at nyc.bsa.gov.
Submit at bsa.nyc.gov.
Sorry, submit at bsa.nyc.gov. My bad. It's been a little crazy day. Sorry.
Okay, anything?
All right. So I will submit it in writing. So, but that's just basically is a safety hazard, and those things, and the garbage out there, like it's just like really. We constantly. I have to pay the penalty for. It's not my fault, but it's regardless. Those things is really going to be. If we add another school, it's going to be.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Anyone else who wishes to speak?
8107? Just stay with the...
Phone number ending with 8107. Are you, do you want to?
Do you want Ms. Z to make another announcement just one time?
Yeah.
Ms. Z, can you announce one more time? Mandarin?
还有没有要说话的8107的要说话吗？
Nobody else, I guess. No?
Okay.
Okay, all right.
Oh, wait, there's someone
No,
else.
She raised her hand back. She's already testified.
Oh,
Oh, no, it's
No.
8107 can testify.
8107, yes, who's that?
They're the same. Speak.
Okay. The person with the last number is 8107, please speak.
8107的，请说话。
Wait, just wait.
Okay.
Okay, someone's not speaking?
Yeah, so just ask any comments, we'll put it in writing.
Okay.
And submit and move on.
Okay. So if anyone has any comments, you can submit them to submit@bsa.nyc.gov. Ms. Z, can you repeat that in Mandarin, please?
Please repeat. I don't remember the PS.
Okay.
PSC.
If anyone has any comments, they can submit it to submit@bsa.nyc.gov.
OK， 如果还有什么意见的话呢，你们可以写信到交到 submit bsa@nyc.gov。
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
So I can leave now, right?
Yeah, thank you so much, Missy.
All right, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay. We need to keep the application in the continued folder. We need DOT, DEP. There are a lot of outstanding comments that would need to be addressed, and that may require modification to the plans and the findings. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you again. Good to see you all. Happy summer.
Have a great summer. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Okay. The next item is 27-2024 11BZ, 2104 64th Street, Brooklyn. This is Alexis Landesman.
Looks like we've got our sign-ups.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Anyone else with you?
No, just this afternoon, sorry.
Just you?
Just me?
Okay. Do you affirm, raise your right hand, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Alexia Landesman. I'm here from Sheldon LaBelle PC on behalf of the applicant. We attended the executive session and we heard the board's comments. The first comment was with regards to common ownership. We did a deep dive during the break and we do have we do not have common ownership. We also submitted Sanborn maps with the original submission, showcasing that the lot was exactly at the meets and bounds as it is today. And we can just include the chart for the neighboring lots ownership with the next submission. And then the other comment the board had was with regards to the floor area of the block. So we actually did a quick calculation as well during the break. So the first half of 64th Street that faces the subject site, every single one of those houses are 2,000 square feet and above. And then the lower half of 64th Street are the smaller houses. And then next door you have a quite large apartment building. So we looked at the plans. We, unfortunately, due to the configuration of the site, we've tried to configure a reasonable sized house that can fit what it fits. And if we were to take the average of 1,600 square feet, which is the entirety of the block, you would effectively have to remove the third floor entirely, which actually would not match the character of the block, because the properties facing the subject site are all 3 stories, and then it's next door to a 4-story apartment building. And so we asked the board that if we can keep the site as is in the existing size. Due to the configuration and the triangular shape of the lot, it's very hard to make it work otherwise.
So apart from the context of the third floor, what you're saying is that because of the site configuration, the way it is laid out, you almost have to build the third floor the way it is, and any reduction will result in not having a third floor almost.
Exactly. So currently we have a 700 square foot third floor. If we were to remove 400 square feet from that, you have just the staircase leading up to the third floor. You really don't have the space to accommodate anything else. And so we just spoke with the architect about that, and so it wouldn't really make sense any other way.
Okay, all right. That is the answer I'm looking for. Okay.
Okay.
All right, any other questions or comments? Let's go to the public then.
Put the screen up, Joe. The case we're currently discussing is 2024-11BZ, 2104 64th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay.
Should you wish to call in, it is 646-893-7101. You will enter the phone conference ID number 370-170-620#. There'll be a short time wait. Once you are permitted, you can press *5 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute to be called in. And if you are on the Microsoft Teams, if you are on the Microsoft Teams in a meeting, you will put in the meeting ID number 218-414-662-959. And the passcode is lowercase j for Juliet, lowercase w for whiskey, uppercase J for Juliet, uppercase H for hotel, the number 9, and lowercase c for Charlie. Once you're admitted in, you will have 3 minutes in which to discuss.
We have
I
Michael.
see some,
Alpha.
yeah,
There's a hand.
yeah.
There's 2 hands.
I've let Michael.
Michelle Tahala,
Oh.
Halaf,
Oh,
and
Michelle.
someone with 8107.
Okay, I've let
Michelle.
Michelle first.
I'm the same person. I'm trying to get in both ways. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is Michelle Alpha. I am 8107, and I am also on Teams.
Okay, so you are a neighbor?
I am the neighbor. I live on the block, and I have a number of neighbors, homeowners that agree with me. Unfortunately, they cannot participate due to technical issues or language issues, and so I am here. I don't know how to turn my camera on because it's not giving me the option. I did submit a statement, and I'd like to explain because it seems it was misinterpreted. So I was not questioning the ownership of the lot. I was explaining the history of the ownership of the lot. This lot took the place of frontage for drainage for the apartment building. It was then sold, the MTA bought it, and it was then sold to the current owner, and I do not have any questions about that. My issue also is the drainage issue. This lot provides a lot of drainage for the block. There are more and more homeowners on the same side of the block that cement up the front yards for additional parking, seating spaces. The R5 zone regulations are not enforced. There is no other drainage, basically. And I know that you keep saying, well, they're going to plant some trees. Well, if you look at the building plan, you leave about a 3-foot square at the end of the corner of this triangle, which is not 54 by 27, which probably just can't be used. Whether it will be cemented or not cemented, I don't know, but it's about enough room for a rose bush, maybe. So there's not going to be any tree planted, there's not going to be any replacement, there's not going to be any frontage, there will be nothing for the drainage. That is a big concern, especially since this neighborhood has been surveyed by the city and has been found to have drainage issues. The issue, I do agree
that I do, with the board's request for information on the size of the building of 1,600 and something square feet, and I have listened to what Alexia has said. My house is one of the smaller houses on the block, and my deed says it is 1,440 square feet. And I will tell you, I can fit that lot into my home on the first and second floor, never mind the unfinished basement, at least 4 times. So I do not see how 3 floors you are going to get 1,600 square feet, just because the larger buildings down the block, which some of which are regulated as 3 families, have been permitted to be 3 families, are 2,000 square feet, and the smaller ones are 1,440 square feet. Believe me, no one would rather have an empty lot than a building. That's just ridiculous. But there are issues. I also, of course, this is being planned by a corporation. The houses in this neighborhood, a house my size, when it's sold, is being torn down, add a floor, go all the way back to the rest of the 50-foot lot.
Excuse me,
You're not
ma'am,
going to
your
an
3
empty
minutes are
building
up,
lot.
so please wrap it up. Thank you.
So these are our concerns, but as far as violations are concerned, regulations, it is the drainage. Drainage is a very big issue. There will be no room for the owner to mitigate this.
Okay.
And I thank you, and this has been a very educational experience. I've been on since 10 this morning.
Thank you for your patience.
The site doesn't really have much space.
Right.
The site, you can send someone to see the site.
I was just discussing the condition that the community board has raised to provide planting. Given the nature of this site, which makes it almost difficult to develop, and what is left over of the site with remaining, with minimal viable space needed for accommodation for residential use, I would recommend that the applicant look into greening it as much as possible and look at street tree if you're permitted, since you're almost close to the corner. Look at the possibility of providing street trees. Those are the mechanisms that we ask applicants to look into. But I recognize the tightness of the space and almost impossibility of greening it apart from that triangular area. So, Ms. Landesman, please do revise the plan to indicate landscaping that would be proposed for the triangular portion and street trees.
Sure. Absolutely. I'll relay that to my client.
Okay. Any other speakers?
Any other speakers for this application? Sorry. 2024 11BZ, 2104 64th Street, Brooklyn. Okay. Nope. All right. So let's move on.
Okay.
Okay. So we'll get in touch with you with the date, Ms.
Were we able to close today with us submitting all of the required?
Ms. Landesman, let me ask my commissioners of that question. Commissioners, are you satisfied with closing this application?
And leave the record open.
And leave the record open, yeah.
Deed information.
Okay, all right. I will recommend that we close the application and leave the record open for you to make the submission with regards to the deed, the ownership clarification. Also clarify what use group it is under the new ZEO, and also provide the explanation regarding the minimal as to why you're not able to reduce the floor area because of the configuration, and if you were to meet it, you would be only left with a staircase and nothing more. And fourth, provide more greening to the extent possible on the site and on the side, on the street. Sorry, not street, on the sidewalk.
Understood.
Okay. With that, motion to close. The D finding, she responded, they do not, there is no common ownership, and that was not a concern of the caller. Also, we misread it.
But no, we did state it in review, and they're going to submit
document to show.
Right, I will submit a chart of the neighboring lot, for ownership.
Open,
Oh, oh, I see. Okay, we are being advised by our counsel that if the finding is still open, especially with regards to D, we cannot close it. So please do make the submission and we can schedule it for August hearing.
Understood.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. Just give me like 5 minutes. Just give me 5 minutes. I want to make sure, Commissioners, you've had a chance to review this revised documents for the 2 cases that were closed that we had
We're
made a
done.
second
I'm
call.
sorry, Ms. Landisman, we're done.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Thank you,
sorry.
Ms. Landisman.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No problem, bye-bye.
Yeah.
We're going to take a short break and come back at 2:10.
So just review the documents that's been submitted for those 2, and we will resume. It's 2:04, 2:10 we will resume. It's just 5 minutes. Sorry, guys, I
Ms. Matias, we are back live. You may proceed.
So we're recalling two cases, two decision cases. The first one is item number 9, 2022-92BZ, 950 West Fingerboard Road, Staten Island.
Okay, so we did receive SECRA sign-off, and we have the e-designation number, which has been placed for hazmat. So first, I want to read out the SECRA conditions with regards to the hazmat. An e-designation E1011 has been placed on the zoning map pursuant to Section 11-15 of the zoning resolution for the subject property. The e-designation will ensure that testing and mitigation will be provided as necessary before any future development and/or soil disturbance. Further hazardous materials assessments should be coordinated through the Mayor's Office of Environmental Remediation. The sampling and remediation requirement of the e-designation requirement only apply to the areas of the proposed work. Any modifications to the site plan or buildings must return to the BSA for additional review. With regards to air quality, HVAC type shall comply with applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. If fossil fuel is permitted to be used for HVAC, the proposed project will use natural gas. The boiler bulkhead for the dormitory building will be at a height of 40 feet. The boiler bulkhead for the community facility building will be at a height of 45 feet. So the dormitory, 40 feet, community facility, 45 feet. With regards to noise, the proposed buildings will require a minimum window wall attenuation of 31 dBA OITC, and an alternate means of ventilation under closed window conditions shall be provided. With regards to transportation, the applicant will be responsible for constructing a sidewalk on West Fingerboard Road as well as the proposed curb cut. The applicant will submit will submit all the required drawings as per New York City DOT specifications and requirements for New York City DOT review and approval. New York City DOT will participate in the review process relating to all future modifications, constructions around the site. So the applicant therefore would be required to submit a builder's pavement plan and all the drawings as necessary. And these are the following conditions. So now that I've read out the conditions associated with SECRA, these are the following conditions with regards to the project that should be reflected in the CO. And with that, I make a motion to approve with these following conditions. And those are: the recreational area shall be surrounded by an 8-foot-high steel post frame with barriers, shall consist of 2 layers of acoustic fence as manufactured by Acoustic Block Inc. or any other equivalent. All site lights will be directed down and away from adjacent residential lots. Landscaping fencing shall be provided and maintained as shown on the board-approved drawings. Windows of the shul on the second floor of the community facility building shall be inoperable. No roof access shall be permitted on any building. There shall be no sound amplification devices on the roof, and lighting shall on the roofs, and lighting shall not exceed the building code mandated minimum. All lightings on the site shall be directed down and away from the adjacent residential uses, and no programming space shall be located in the designated storage area located in the dorm building, including but not limited to sleeping, recreational, social, or religious gatherings and functions. Applicants shall obtain the builder's pavement plan and approve and restore the curb cut prior to obtaining the first TCO for either of the buildings. Landscaping shall be installed as per the approved plan prior to obtaining a TCO for the educational, which is the community facility building. And no more than 53 vehicles shall be permitted to park on the site in the designated parking area as indicated on the plan. So with that, I make a motion to approve.
Chair Shanda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 10, 2024-06BZ, 35 East 21st Street, Manhattan.
Okay. I want to, this was filed under, prior to this zoning for economic opportunities adoption, and board had made the findings pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-19, and the new zoning resolution number is 73-133. I would state that the amended text does not alter the findings that has been made by the board. Was just a change in the numbering. Applicant has made its submissions and we have all the necessary sign-offs. So I want to lay out the conditions related to the environmental. Air quality, HVAC type shall comply with applicable laws and regulations as determined by DOB and other relevant agencies. With regards to transportation, all transportation measures as described in the final environmental assessment statement, Chapter 16, Transportation and DOT Post-Approval Commitment Letter, SECRA number 24, BSA 0167, 6M, shall be implemented with final approval of measures to be determined by Department of Transportation. A transportation monitoring plan shall be conducted post-BSA approval within the first 3 months of the school opening as described in the commitment letter with final review and approval by DOT. And these are the following conditions that shall apply on, that should be on the certificate of occupancy. Weekly delivery of goods to the school, overnight garbage pickup, and occasional daytime small package delivery shall be scheduled so as not to coincide with arrival and dismissal period. Prior to performing any TMP, the I'm not going to read out the TMP because that is part of the SECRA thing. A no standing school day, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. bus loading zone for a total length of 147 feet. 100 foot of it would be along the street front, subject site frontage, and plus 47 feet to the east will be provided to facilitate the school bus drop-off and pickup operation. The parking regulations must be in place prior to the school opening, and the applicant shall continue to coordinate with DOT Manhattan Borough Engineer's Office for the implementation of these regulations. And final school loading zone size, location, and signage are subject to DOT review and implementation. I want to make a motion to, sorry.
Do you want the conditions to be listed?
Well, the TMP has to be executed within 3 months of opening, so that means it would be after the TCO is issued. The delivery goods and pickup, that will be implemented immediately upon TCO is issued. No standing school days, that also has to be provided. I believe the DOT required it has to be in place prior to the school opening. So it will even be before TCO. Any clarification?
Do you want us to condition that?
The environmental condition should be in the resolution. The others can be in the CO. The other 3 that I read out, the delivery goods, and the final CO. Yeah. I want to make a motion to approve with those conditions.
Chair Shonda?
Aye.
Vice Chair Shabeta?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon?
Aye.
Application has been granted.
I want to thank Ms. Benke and Ms. Prenga. Both of them have been working tirelessly, not only on other cases of theirs, but on these 2 cases, and working and coordinating with all the applicants. So it was quite a last-minute dash, especially with 21st Street. You know, we did turn it around much sooner than typically we can, but that was because of the due diligence and the consistent pursuit of getting all the approvals and documents by our project manager. So I really am appreciative of effort that has gone in by my team. Thank Thank you.
So this concludes the public hearing for July 16th, 2024. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you.